Let the doors be open. Qu'on ouvre les portes. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour. Resume consideration on the address in reply to the speech from the throne. Resuming debate on the amendment of Ms. Ambrose.
Okay. On debate. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I get started, I want to make sure that I'm splitting half of my time with the member and my colleague from Essex. Thank you. As this is my first full speech in the House of Commons, I want to thank the great people of Courtenay Alberni for electing me as their Member of Parliament. It's truly an honour to represent this great riding, which includes a large section of central Vancouver Island. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you've ever been to my home riding, but I'd like to take a moment to introduce you and the members of this House to the land and the people who live there. Then I will discuss some of the challenges they face as well as the opportunities we have in relation to the speech from the throne. I know many members here would champion their own riding as the most beautiful place in Canada. I'm confident that the physical geography found in Courtenay Alberni has no equal. It starts at the beginning at Comox Valley in the islands, Mount Washington, which normally has the largest amount of snowfall in North America, and it stretches down through Oceanside, includes Parksville, Qualicum, Nanoose Bay, all beautiful beaches that we all know and care deeply about. It stretches across to the east side, Denman, Hornby, Lasqueti Island, and it crosses over the Alberni Valley, Mount Arrowsmith, to the Pacific Rim. It includes Long Beach National Park, the great beaches of Tofino, and the 10 Nuu-chah-nulth communities and the nation of Qualicum and part of the traditional territory of the Comox Valley Nation. My story, Mr. Speaker, and my riding dates back over 100 years, where my great-grandfather met my great-grandmother in Cumberland. Through my family and my community, I have deep understanding of this place, and I've witnessed the changes, the hardship and the victories we now have faced together, and the challenges we face today. The realities of some of the challenges and issues in our riding include climate change, which are being felt right across my riding. The previous Conservative government refused to acknowledge those realities, but all they would have to do is talk to the folks at home who are seeing the effects firsthand, and many people who live in rural communities will share this story. The effects of climate change are affecting them now. They include historic melting of our glaciers and snowcaps. Bob Cole, lifelong Port Alberni resident, was on CBC radio in June talking about the first time in his life that the glacier had melted in June. The increased flooding and boil water advisories are affecting municipal infrastructure. They're affecting our agriculture, our food security. Major droughts and forest fires are affecting our economy. The people in British Columbia and coastal British Columbia will always tell you that the health of our salmon is the health of our communities. It rained just in time in August this year, or we would have lost all of our salmon, which is our culture, our economy, and our lifeline. The ocean acidification in Bain Sound a couple of years ago killed our shellfish sector. We had Humboldt squid, a foreign species, showing up on our beaches in Tofino a couple of years ago. This is real. Climate change is here. I'm overjoyed that the Liberal government, as is evident in the throne speech, is embracing a new tone when it comes to climate change. But my constituents need more than a tone of change from their government. They need real action. Setting ambitious, accountable emission reduction targets with annual progress reports for meeting targets enshrined in Canadian law, like my colleague Linda Duncan presented an opportunity for us to do that just yesterday. The opportunity to strengthen Canada's environmental assessment process by including climate impact assessments, so new projects will not derail reduction targets. We need to highlight the work of environmental production and those that do it every day, including Coast Guard. Marine traffic control is a very important issue in my riding. We closed the Tofino station in Ucluelet. That was the station that communicated right across the Strait of Juan de Fuca to our Americans, to our allies, to protect mariners in one of the fastest growing marine areas of the economy of North America. We are looking at the closure of the Comox station in March. This station is very important to coastal British Columbians in terms of marine traffic safety because it's the only marine traffic control center that's not in a tsunami subduction zone. We know a tsunami is going to happen. It's not if, it's when. So this is very important. We saw in the boat incident, Mr. Speaker, in Tofino, the Leviathan, that it was local knowledge and local people that saved lives. Aboriginal people have been ill-equipped with training and equipment to save lives on coastal British Columbia, and the Hausat people saved lives in Tofino. We had people in the Haida Gwaii stop the drifting Simishura from hitting the shore. We had people in Hartley Bay save lives when a BC ferries went aground on the central BC coast. We need to better support these nations and these coastal communities. My community and the communities of coastal British Columbia heavily rely on dealing with derelict vessels and dealing with pollution in our waters, as you can imagine. And we haven't dealt with derelict vessels. Gene Crowder presented a very good opportunity in the last sitting of this Parliament, in the 41st sitting, to deal with derelict vessels. We need national leadership on this to deal with the protection of the environment when vessels go aground, and also to make sure that we protect mariner safety. In my riding, and in Canada as a whole, more economic activity that works in conjunction with the environment is needed. Small business is the core of our economy and the natural leader of innovation. We didn't hear anything about small business in the speech to the throne, and we need to make sure that we do something about that. Raw log exports in my riding have gone up tenfold in 10 years, not double, tenfold in 10 years. And this is deeply affecting the economy of Port Alberni and Vancouver Island and for future generations. In the Alberni Valley, 1/3 of the children in Alberni Valley are living in poverty. This is unacceptable to everyone in my riding and unacceptable to everyone in this House. We have opportunities to invest in innovation. In Sweden, they're making car parts out of wood. And this morning, a forest company, announced the opportunity to make biofuel out of wood. This is the kind of innovation that we need and we can embrace. We need your help to do so. We have opportunities to invest in emerging sectors such as tech. The tech sector is the fastest growing sector in British Columbia. Higher learning, what a better place to have higher learning with a natural surrounding like Courtenay, Alberni, and the West Coast. We need to improve the role of Department of Fisheries and Oceans so that they're doing their job and get back to their mandate to protect our wild salmon. And so we have boots on the ground so we can help increase salmon, return of our salmon in coastal British Columbia. We need support for infrastructures, especially for BC ferries. And I'm hoping that this House will support those important calls to action. Mr. Speaker, the social challenges I started to express, 1/3 of the children in Port Alberni and in the Alberni Valley are living in poverty. Seniors in Oceanside and throughout our riding can't get access to just basic access to doctors. This is unacceptable. Back to the Alberni Valley. Alberni Valley, the life expectancy in the Alberni Valley is 4 years lower than the Canadian average. It's 40th in the world, just above the Dominican Republic. We've got some work to do. Affordable childcare would really help make a difference in the lives of people of Courtenay, Alberni. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need a senior strategy. Having the highest median age for seniors in my riding in the nation, I see firsthand the results of not having a senior strategy, not having a strategy for dementia and Alzheimer's, and the importance of doing that. We need better supports for mental health, better supports for vets. We heard this every day on the door, the impact of a failed economy on our youth and youth unemployment, and ensuring that our young people have an economy that will take them into the future and make sure that they have a living wage and an affordable place to live. So, Mr. Speaker, there are opportunities for us to move forward, and I'd like to talk about some of those opportunities. Working with First Nations, working in collaboration with First Nations. Often the wealth of our country starts in rural communities, but it leaves rural communities. We need to have shared prosperity with Aboriginal people, with communities in my community and in your communities. In recent years, the New Chalmette won a very important court case in the Supreme Court of Canada, the right to catch and sell fish. This decision was awarded to them, and still the government has refused to sit at the table with the New Chalmette people and negotiate fairly. I call on this new government to do just that, to sit and have fair, reasonable negotiations. Mr. Speaker, really, I'm excited to bring a message of hope, optimism, and love from Courtney Alberni. A hope that this House will embrace our challenges and will stand together to work on our challenges together with your riding across this country to make sure we build a healthier, better, more prosperous Canada.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member from Courtney Alberni. I would like to hear your thoughts about the Indigenous fishery and how giving a greater opportunity to share the natural resources of our collective lands would benefit the Indigenous communities, including lifting out of poverty children from those communities and giving pride to the parents to be those providers that we need them to be.
The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, in response to my friend from Winnipeg Centre, I do want to outline that court case is very important. You know, during the campaign, we had the chief from HoC, April Charlson, talk about the fact that they had cut welfare rates, income assistance rates, transportation had been gutted, so they couldn't even get home. It was $250 to get a water taxi from HoC to Tofino to buy groceries. And at the same time, they had won their court victory to catch and sell the very fish that were running right by their villages. And they couldn't even get access to those resources. So you're absolutely, my colleague is absolutely right. This is the solution. This is the opportunity to feed the people of HoC, feed the people of our communities, and to make sure that we empower people instead of mismanaging poverty. We have a historic opportunity right now to do just that, and I hope you'll join me in helping make that happen. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague from Courtney Alberni. My riding, Nanaimo Ladysmith, has also shared the trauma, I would say, and we heard it every night on the campaign doorstep, around seeing more and more raw log ships loading up off the front, the water line of our communities, and knowing that jobs are leaving our communities at that time. I understand 20,000 jobs, value-added, high-tech jobs around paper and wood manufacturing have been lost in our province since the Conservatives took power 10 years ago. So I'm hoping that you can elaborate to the member, through the chair, on the impacts on your community around that loss of jobs. Thank you.
Member for Courtney Alberni.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member from Nanaimo Ladysmith. You know, I have a personal connection to the forest sector. My great-grandfather was the paper maker of a mill in Ocean Falls on the central coast of British Columbia, where that town was a bustling community of 4,000 people. It produced Olympic swimmers back in the day. Today, that community has 75 people in it. I don't want to see that happen to Port Alberni. I don't want to see that to happen to any more coastal communities, especially communities in my riding. And Mr. Speaker, we have an opportunity to invest in innovation and technology, like I talked about. In our campaign, we talked about the NDP of investing $40 million into the forest sector to do just that. So I hope the government will be able to see the opportunity that we have with our forest sector and the opportunity to keep jobs in British Columbia, in Canada, instead of shipping raw logs out of our country, shipping jobs out of our country. These are enormous impacts on our communities. And again, we see the socioeconomic indicators. If you look at the socioeconomic indicators in Alberni Valley, you may see unemployment rate of 10%, but it doesn't truly reflect the true unemployment rate. The social assistance rate is 253%. Above the provincial average of British Columbia. And that's not okay. We need to do better. We have an opportunity. We have a thriving, beautiful opportunity to invest in our forest sector, and we're counting on the federal government, we're counting on the provincial government of British Columbia to join together, to work together in collaboration with business to change direction in our forest sector and make us more competitive so that we can make our mark on the world. And this is our opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Comments. The honourable member for St. John, Rothsay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, again, I want to congratulate my colleague across the aisle on his speech. I think it was a passionate speech, and I certainly appreciate his comments. I, too, spent some time in Comox, Campbell River area in the aquaculture business, actually, and I certainly realized the beauty, Mr. Speaker, of that area, but yet the challenges that that region faces. I come from St. John, New Brunswick, and as I stated earlier this week in the House, that my city does lead the country, unfortunately, in child poverty. We have a rate in St. John at 31%. And, one thing I'm very proud of on behalf of the Liberal government, Mr. Speaker, is that the Canada Child Benefit will pull 315,000 children out of poverty across our country. And I asked my opponent if he also agrees that the Canada Child Benefit will be a great thing for his riding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Of course, we welcome making sure that we move money to people that in need, especially parents and children who need help. But I'll give you an example. I was in Parksville and I knocked on a woman's door, Carlin, and Carlin pulled out her child care bill, and it was $750. She pulled out her paycheck. It was $750. She earns $10.72 an hour. So to my colleague across the way, it's not enough. $15 a day child care. A livable wage, a living wage. A living wage in Courtenay Alberni is $17.22 an hour. So, Mr. Speaker, we need more. We need more action from the government. We certainly welcome you working with us on finding solutions to help deal with these problems and make sure that we make Carlin's life a lot better, a lot easier.
There have been consultations with the parties, and if you seek it, you should find unanimous consent for the following motion: that a special joint committee of the Senate and the House of Commons be appointed to review the report of the external panel of options for legislative response to the Carter versus Canada and other recent relevant consultations, activities, and studies, to consult with Canadians, experts, and stakeholders, and make the recommendations on the framework of federal response on physician-assisted dying that respects the Constitution, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and the priorities of Canadians. That 5 members of the Senate and 10 members of the House of Commons be members of the committee, with 2 chairpersons, of which the House of Commons co-chair shall be from the governing party and the Senate co-chair from the official opposition party, and that 1 additional member of the third party be member of the committee without voting privileges. That the House of Commons membership be determined by the whip of each party by depositing with the Clerk of the House a list of his or her party's members of the committee no later than 5 sitting days after the adoption of this motion. That the changes in the membership of the committee on the part of the House of Commons be effective immediately after the notification signed by the member acting as the chief whip of the recognized party has been filed with the clerk of the committee. That the committee be directed to consult broadly, take into consideration consultations that have been undertaken on the issue, examine relevant research, studies and literature, and review models being used or developed in the other jurisdictions. That the committee have the power to sit during sittings and the adjournments of the House. That the committee have the power to report from time to time, to send for persons, papers, and records, and to print such papers and evidence as may be ordered by the committee. That the committee have the power to retain the services of expert, professional, technical, and clerical staff, including legal counsel. That the quorum of the committee be 8 members whenever a vote, resolution, or other decision is taken, so long as both houses and the official recognized parties are represented, and that the joint chairpersons be authorized to hold meetings to receive evidence and authorize the printing thereof whenever 6 members are present, so long as both houses and the official recognized parties are represented. The committee have the power to appoint from among its members such subcommittees as may be deemed appropriate, and to delegate to such subcommittees all or any of its powers except the power to report to the Senate and to the House of Commons. That the committee have the power to adjourn from place to place within and outside Canada. That the committee have the power to authorize television and radio broadcasting of any or all of its proceedings. That the committee make its final report no later than February 26, 2016, and that the message be sent to the Senate requesting that the House unite with this House for the above purpose to select, if the Senate deems advisable, members to act on the proposed special joint committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary of Parliament, l'Honorable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader have unanimous consent to move this motion? Yes. Yes. The House has heard the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt it?
Agreed? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. I see the Honourable Opposition Whip rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There's also been consultations, and if you seek it, I believe that you'll find consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing orders or usual practices of the House and its committees, before proceeding with the election of a committee chair pursuant to Standing Order 106-2, the clerk of the committee shall call upon each candidate for the chair to address the committee once for not more than 3 minutes. When the final candidate has completed his or her speech, the clerk of the committee shall proceed immediately to the election of a chair.
Does the Chief Opposition Whip have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Yes? Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? No? No. The motion is therefore not carried. I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader rising on a different point of order.
Yes, another point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among all parties, and I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, that the Standing Committee on Finance may hold organizational meetings on December 11, 2015, and that the membership of the said committee be as follows: Wayne Easter, Raj Grewal, Stephen McKinnon, Jennifer O'Connell, Robert Falcon-Ouellette, Francesco Sobera, Lisa Ratt, Ron Lepere, Phil McCollum, and Guy Carrion. And during its consideration and proceedings pursuant to Standing Order 83-1, that the Standing Committee on Finance, together with any necessary staff, may travel within Canada and may authorize the broadcasting of its proceedings, and that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 83.1, the Standing Committee on Finance be authorized to present its report on the pre-budget consultations no later than February 5, 2016.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader have unanimous consent to move this motion?
Consent. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As this is my first speech in the House, I'd like to take a moment to thank the people of Essex for putting their trust in me and giving me the opportunity to serve them in the next 4 years. Essex is a beautiful and diverse riding made up of many small towns, including LaSalle, Amherstburg, Kingsville, Lakeshore, Essex, Harrow, and many other small communities. As your voice in Parliament, I will listen to your concerns and take your priorities to Ottawa and fight for you every step of the way. As your MP, I will embrace a positive, progressive perspective. I will consult with everyday people, and I will strive to ensure all levels of government work together for the best interests of Essex. Coming out of such a long election campaign, I'd like to thank all the amazing volunteers who helped me get elected. Your dedication is truly inspiring and made all the difference. And of course, I'd like to thank my family for their unwavering support. My husband, Jermaine, our sons, Maxwell and Malik, my parents, Tom and Linda, my brother and sister, extended family and friends. Today I am honored to rise in the House and debate the government's speech from the throne. During the election campaign, the Liberals made many promises to Canadians, and there are high expectations on them to deliver as government. While the throne speech was thin on details, I'm hopeful this is not an indication of a lack of commitment of following through on their promises. As the representative for Essex and as a member of the NDP caucus, the Progressive Opposition, I will work to hold the government to account and push the Liberals to keep their word on increasing investments in infrastructure, boosting public pensions, and implementing democratic reforms. One of the government's top priorities is what they call a tax cut for the middle class. But in reality, nearly 70% of Canadians, including middle-income earners, won't receive any benefit. The NDP proposed to modify the tax cut so that 90% of Canadians will benefit, helping to reduce income inequality and making our tax system a little bit fairer. Unfortunately, the Liberals haven't accepted our proposal. I hope to see the government make job creation a real priority. Too often, workers are forced to turn to part-time, precarious work as good full-time jobs disappear at an alarming rate. My riding of Essex has one of the highest unemployment rates in Canada, and the working class here really suffered under the Conservative government. Communities depend on jobs in sectors like manufacturing, agriculture, IT, and logistics. My region also includes many small businesses who contribute so much to our communities. I've met with many people in the riding who have terrific ideas on how we can move our region forward and support quality local job creation. I'm excited for what we can accomplish together. I was pleased to see the throne speech reiterate a commitment to investing in infrastructure. Although few details were provided, I'm hopeful we'll soon see a plan for getting this money out the door. My riding of Essex will benefit in many ways from great investments in infrastructure. More rail and better roads will help people with goods move with more ease. It will generate good jobs and more economic activity, which is what our region desperately needs. As many will know, plans are underway to construct a second bridge and border crossing for the Windsor-Detroit corridor. Building this bridge will lead to increased trade, which is vital to our long-term economic prosperity. I applaud my colleague, the Honourable Member for Windsor West, who has advocated for this new crossing for years and has worked hard to advance the file. I look forward to working with him and this government on this and many other issues. In the throne speech, the government committed to providing a more secure retirement for Canadians by working with the provinces and territories to enhance the Canada Pension Plan. After years of Conservative stalling, I welcome this important commitment. On the doorsteps in Essex, I heard from many people who are concerned about their ability to save for their future and to retire with dignity. People work hard all their lives and they deserve greater retirement security. As a new Democrat MP, I will stand up for strengthening the CPP, as well as returning eligibility for old age security back to 65, protecting workplace pensions, and lifting seniors out of poverty by boosting the guaranteed income supplement. I must also point out some of the topics that the speech from the throne failed to address. As the NDP critic for international trade, I would like to see the government provide much greater details on their plan to consult Canadians on the Trans-Pacific Partnership. The Conservatives negotiated this deal behind closed doors in the dying days of their government. We all know this deal could result in the loss of tens of thousands of Canadian jobs. Nowhere would the effects of this be more deeply felt than in my own riding of Essex, where so many are employed by auto and agricultural sectors. As an auto worker, I saw firsthand how job losses have impacted families and entire communities. When I started working on the assembly line at Ford, we had 6,700 people. 20 years later, we are down to 1,500. These losses have been devastating. In 2008, I found myself laid off. I know what that feels like. I know how it impacts your family, the decisions that you make about your lives and your future. Many of my friends and coworkers made difficult choices, such as moving away from their families for work and returning to school, as I did. Facing economic uncertainty and starting over is unfortunately something that many Canadians experience today. I understand their frustrations and challenges on a deeply personal level and commit to working-class people in my riding of Essex and in Canada that I will be our voice in Parliament. With so much on the line, Canadians deserve to be listened to. On the campaign trail, the Liberals promised public consultations, but their speech from the throne was silent on this and on compensation for farmers and auto workers that will be hurt by this deal. I look forward to working with the Honourable Member for University Rosedale on the TPP and many other trade-related issues. Although we will not always agree, I'm optimistic that we can have a positive collaborative relationship. I also look forward to working with the Honourable Member for La Salle et Verdun in his capacity as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade, as well as the Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloydminster, the Conservative critic for international trade. On the TPP, I'm confident we can get a better deal for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, turning my attention to another issue now, the speech from the throne talks about working with the provinces and territories to develop a new health accord. However, I did not see a commitment to cancelling the Conservatives' planned cuts on health care. Reversing these cuts will allow us to invest in improving seniors' care, making prescription drug coverage more affordable, and helping more Canadians find a family doctor. The speech also failed to outline plans to fight poverty and reduce inequality in Canada. I spoke earlier applauding the government's commitment to enhancing the CPP. But we in the NDP believe so much more must be done for low-income seniors, including boosting the GIS and reversing the Conservative cuts to OAS. The rate of child poverty in Canada is shockingly high and deserves more attention from the federal government. I'm proud to belong to a party that has worked to advance that issue for decades. In 1989, the House of Commons unanimously adopted former NDP leader Ed Broadbent's motion to end child poverty in Canada, but for 25 years, Conservatives and Liberal governments have failed to act. Today, more children live in poverty than in 1989, and the NDP has proposed a new way forward: close the tax loophole currently enjoyed by CEOs on stock options. Those funds will be redirected to low-income families through an enhanced working income tax benefit and an enhanced national child benefit supplement. Mr. Speaker, as I near the end of my allotted time, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to rise in the House today. As the Member of Parliament for Essex, I'm committed to fighting for the people of my riding. I will stand up for good jobs, better health care, help those who work hard to get ahead, and a better deal on the Trans-Pacific Partnership.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sackville, Preston Chesacook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to take this opportunity to thank my colleague across the floor in her first speech in the House, official speech. It was an excellent speech, very passionate, very good information, and I want to thank you for that. I also want to indicate that it is obvious that many of the challenges in your area will be fulfilled through our Liberal promises over the next four-year mandate, as many of the issues you addressed we have in the throne speech or have shared throughout the campaign. My question to the honourable member would be the Trans-Pacific Partnership. The NDP was totally against it and wanted it out, and now I felt in her speech that she seemed to indicate that we should move forward, but maybe with some changes or some consultation. So I'm glad to see. But I'd like to know for sure if the NDP position now is that we work closely in establishing that trade deal. Thank you.
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say to my colleague across that what was indicated in my speech around the TPP is that Canadians are expecting this issue to be brought to them, as promised by the Liberal government. And we will certainly be participating in all of the discussions around the TPP because this trade deal has massive implications to working people. Canadians and people in my own riding of Essex cannot afford to lose tens of thousands of good-paying jobs out of our economies and out of our communities. So I look forward to working with the government to challenge what is in the TPP to find out if it really is good for Canadians. And again, I encourage those across the aisle to ensure that this issue is brought to Canadians as promised by their government.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've listened intently to the comments, and some I agree with in terms of the concerns, and certainly have some questions in terms of perhaps some of the solutions that have been outlined in the member's speech. But I did want to say, in response to one of the last questions here, that it appears that the Liberal Party believes that promises deliver results. They don't. Action delivers results. And this government has shown through this throne speech that they are long on promises and short on action. Mr. Speaker, I look at the middle income tax cut and what's being proposed, and the member has spoken to this, and leaving so much of our society out of the benefits that they've proposed and indeed put before this House is incredibly short-sighted. Myself, Mr. Speaker, I grew up in government housing in a place where you were surrounded by those who were earning least in this society. And I think that the honourable member, I would comment that what we were looking for was not a a handout, Mr. Speaker, but a way out. And I would ask, in terms of job creation, manufacturing, there wasn't a single mention in the throne speech. What is the member's position on that, and what are they going to propose to ensure that we actually grow the number of manufacturing jobs in Ontario?
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you for your question. I do believe that the NDP has been quite clear on our desire for an auto strategy in Canada, a manufacturing strategy in Canada. Manufacturing jobs in our communities provide many spin-off jobs. They have an incredible benefit to the communities that they exist in. We need a manufacturing strategy because it is an important component in our GDP, and so we require the government across, as well as those on this side of the House, to seriously look at implementing a manufacturing strategy in Canada so that we can save those good-paying jobs for all Canadians.
We have time for one more short question, and the honourable member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to congratulate my colleague on her first maiden speech. Thank you for bringing forward your values and passion and putting forward really strong principles for the people of Essex and Canada. Being from a riding, like I articulated earlier, Parksville has a median age of 58. I was door knocking at Parksville. I met seniors that had gone to the food bank for the first time in their lives. I landed on one door, and a woman said that she had to make a choice between food or medicine. She couldn't afford to buy her own medicine. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the honourable mention what she has in terms of talk about her proposal a little bit more around pharmacare and how we can make sure that this woman doesn't have to make that horrible choice.
Honourable member for Essex, a short response, please.
I thank my colleague on this side of the House, and I would like to say that I also experienced this at the doors. I heard people that were telling me they were making very difficult choices about whether or not they can afford the medication. And medication isn't simply about being able to afford the drugs that are necessary. It's about a path forward to health for Canadians. If Canadians are healthy, we have a healthier society, more productive society, and we definitely stand behind having a pharmacare program in Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member from Labrador. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I wanted to congratulate you on your election to the Speaker's role. And I wanted to congratulate each and every other member of this House on their election. It's a great honor and privilege, to be standing here for the first time to deliver this speech in such a great House, the House of Commons. And I want to take this moment to thank all my supporters, volunteers, and a very special thank you to my wife, Lisa, my two children, Riley and Kate, and my mom and dad, Mike and Linda, and all my other relatives, in-laws, and friends. So thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, on December 4th, I was delighted to hear the speech from the throne delivered by His Excellency the Governor-General, David Johnston. The Governor-General is an extremely intelligent and remarkable individual, and it was extra special hearing the speech delivered from him because he's from Northern Ontario. He was born in Sudbury, but was raised and educated in Sault Ste. Marie. Now that the speech from the throne has been delivered, we begin to make real change happen here in here for the people of Sault Ste. Marie in this great country. The riding of Sault Ste. Marie is located in the heart of the Great Lakes, on the Trans-Canada Highway, on the border of Michigan. It's the home to a diverse group of people, including the First Nations of Garden River and Batchewana, and the communities of Goulet River, Hayden, Searchmount, Weirs, Prince Township, and Sault Ste. Marie. It is known as a very warm and welcoming place. It is the home of Sioux College, Algoma University, the Canadian Forest Institute, Searchmount Ski Resort, a number of beautiful provincial parks, and the Sioux Greyhounds. I've had an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, since the October 19th election to meet with a number of business, political, community leaders in Sault Ste. Marie. And there's a renewed sense of optimism and hope in my riding. And I believe that's so in Canada as well, Mr. Speaker. In fact, yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to host a meeting with the chief from Garden River. here in Ottawa, Paul Surratt. He was accompanied by Councillors Chris Solomon, Carolyn Berry, and Andy Rickard. We discussed a number of important issues for Garden River, including the need for infrastructure, economic development, and the inquiry into the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. And I can tell you it was an excellent conversation, and I'm looking forward to working with them over the next 4 years in a nation-to-nation discussion, along with Batchewana and a number of other First Nations. Sault Ste. Marie, though, Mr. Speaker, is not just diverse because of its people. In fact, it's home to a group of diverse industries. It is the self-proclaimed alternative energy capital of North America. It partakes in a wide range of energy projects, including wind energy, with the Prince Wind Farm, hydroelectricity, 5 hydroelectric stations, which generate a total of 203 megawatts of renewable energy, solar energy, cogeneration, and reverse polymerization. During the campaign, Prime Minister Trudeau visited my riding to reconfirm this government's commitment to invest $200 million more annually to create sector-specific strategies that support innovation and clean technologies in the forestry, fisheries, mining, energy, and agricultural sectors. That's why I was delighted, Mr. Speaker, to hear it in the speech from the throne that this government continues to hold to that promise. Protecting the environment and growing the economy are not incompatible goals, and it's time that a government starts treating them as such. The diversification of the economy is more important now than ever in Sault Ste. Marie and Canada. Mr. Speaker, Sault Ste. Marie relies heavily on the steel industry. SR Algoma and Tenaris Algoma Tubes are two of the largest employers in my riding. To put things in perspective, SR Algoma Steel is one of only 3 fully integrated steel mills that remain in Canada, and on an annual basis contribute $1.2 billion to the Canadian GDP. It provides 2,800 direct jobs and more than 5,000 indirect jobs. Sault Ste. Marie is built on the steel industry, and as a representative of my community here in Ottawa, it is my job to ensure the government does what it can to protect and ensure its continued growth. Now, this is not going to be a simple task. Like many other industries, the steel industry is facing challenging economic times after a decade of neglect. In fact, shortly after my election to this House, SR Algoma Steel gained CCAA creditor protection and is currently restructuring. Tenaris, a leading supplier of tubes and related services for the energy industry, has laid off hundreds and hundreds of its employees for my riding. Like other areas in Canada, the steel industry in Sault Ste. Marie faces a number of challenges. They're relying on governments, including this one, to think critically and to engage with producers and other stakeholders to find suitable solutions. For those reasons, I am glad that this government is committed, as they were in the campaign, to historic spending on infrastructure, which will help stimulate the economy both locally in Sault Ste. Marie and nationally. As a former 4-term city councillor, I know that Canadian municipalities face major infrastructure deficits. They need more support from the federal government and have suffered years of neglect. Infrastructure is crumbling. These historic investments in transit, social, and green infrastructure will go a long way to addressing these issues. They will put Canadians to work, and they will give them safer cities and homes to live in. And as an added bonus, infrastructure projects use steel, which is produced in my riding. Mr. Speaker, ridings across this country also have Canadians that are struggling to make ends meet, that are struggling to find enough funds to raise their kids and to save for their future. In Sault Ste. Marie, I know this is the case. This government's commitment to creating a larger tax-free tax child benefit that will raise 315,000 kids out of poverty is critical. The government showed on Wednesday that it will strengthen the middle class by providing them with a middle-class tax cut, which will benefit roughly 9 million Canadians every year. And this is just part of the government's plan to implement real change for Canadians. Our government is investing in the future of our children and giving families more money to save, invest, and grow the economy. It is well known that when middle-class Canadians do well, they spend their money locally. They benefit local businesses and in turn help to boost the economies and create jobs. In Sault Ste. Marie, we need middle-class people to do well, but we also need to help those that are struggling or down on their luck. Not only is this government committed to creating jobs through investment in infrastructure, but it is mentioned in the speech from the throne that the government will strengthen the employment insurance system. We will ensure that the EI system serves the economy and Canadians. As someone who has worked hard in my community to ensure the economic success of everyone, I'm particularly proud of this. People in Sault Ste. Marie and across Canada need a social safety net that is there for them so that they can get back up on their feet, and an effective EI system is a good initial step towards that. I'm also proud that this government will work with the provinces and territories on a number of initiatives, including, but not limited to, Mr. Speaker, more income security when they retire, reducing post-secondary costs, develop a new health accord, and reduce carbon pollution. In short, Canadians do better when our governments work together. We need to invest in our country and Canadians and in industries that continue to sustain us for generations to come. That is exactly what this government is committed to doing, and I think the speech from the throne is evidence of that. Once again, I would like to thank the people of Sault Ste. Marie for electing me, and I look forward to working with all members of this House to improve the economy, and in particular the success of the steel industry in Canada. It is time we elevated the discussion around the importance of the domestic steel industry in Canada, and I look forward to working with all of you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honourable member. Oh, excuse me. We have a point of order. The honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the House adopted C3, an act for granting Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration of the financial year ending March 31st, 2016. As is our practice, I rose to place a question to the President of the Treasury Board during the Committee of the Whole. I asked him if he could confirm if the bill was in its usual form, and the President of the Treasury Board replied, and I quote, the form of this bill is, in fact, the same as that passed in the previous supply period, end quote. Mr. Speaker, I checked the Journals branch this morning, and the copy of the bill that was adopted by the House of Commons did not include the schedules that contain the actual amounts in the supplementary estimates. It would appear that we did not actually grant Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration of the financial year ending March 31st, because the bill was not, in fact, presented in its complete form, having excluded the schedule which provides for the authorization that the House must actually give. Now, as you know, Mr. Speaker, one of the going back to originating with the Magna Carta, the government, the Crown, cannot spend what the people do not approve through their elected representatives in the Commons. That is probably the most important foundation of public finance. And therefore, if information about that spending is not properly included in the legislation adopted here in this House, then the Government of Canada does not have the authorization to spend the money that it does. That is the first point. The second point is that the member, the President of the Treasury Board, took great lengths to say that he would, quote, surprise me by actually answering the question. And that, in fact, he did surprise me, and he did answer the question. But then he surprised me again today by virtue of the fact that his answer was incorrect. So I look back at the schedule of the previous supply bill that was passed by this House of Commons, and the schedule is in fact present, which is contrary to the words that the President of the Treasury Board uttered when he said that it was passed, that the form of the bill is in fact the same as that passed in the previous supply period. So we now know that that is not accurate, and that the President of the Treasury Board has misled the House. Mr. Speaker, this of course creates a dilemma because the schedule has not been adopted by the House, and it's one for which I do not have a solution, but it is one that I'm obliged as a member of the Commons to bring to your attention and to the attention of the House. Thank you.
I want to thank the honourable member for Carleton for bringing this to my attention. And on the same point of order, I recognize the parliamentary secretary to the government House leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member in good faith bringing this matter to the attention of the House, and I would like just to make a very brief response to it. I rise to respond to the member's point of order, respecting the statement made by the Honourable President of Treasury Board in the Committee of the Whole last night on the form of the bill. I wish to notify this House that there was indeed an administrative error in the print of the bill before the House. The bill did not contain the schedules which are normally contained in the bill. I ask the honourable members of the House for their understanding in this matter, and I sincerely apologize for the error and any confusion that this has caused members of the House and staff. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
À ce sujet, je désire informer la Chambre.
In this regard, I would like to inform the House that a series of administrative errors with respect to Bill C-3 occurred, which was an act to grant funding to the Federal Public Service for the period ending in 2016.
A copy of the bill that was circulated at the opening of yesterday's session did not contain the usual schedule that reflects how the global amount of the supplementary estimates is allocated amongst the various votes. As is the usual practice on the final supply day, the House considered and concurred in the supplementary estimates, followed by the supply bill based upon these estimates. I've instructed the acting clerk and his officials to take the necessary steps to ensure that a corrected copy of Bill C-3, the one that accurately reflects the will of the House, is forwarded to the other place. Je remercie les honorables députés.
I thank honourable members for their attention.
It's Innisfil. It's something. The name of the riding. The name of the riding is something Innisfil. Something. Questions and comments. The member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate the member from Sault Ste. Marie. He and I share the fact that we were both municipal councillors, you for 4 terms, me for 3. So we clearly recognize the infrastructure issues that are affecting cities and towns across our great country. One of the issues that's come up since the election is a lack of a plan on behalf of the Liberals with respect to infrastructure. We've seen a lot of money go to developing countries, over $2.65 billion, as has been announced, but not one announcement, not one, for any city or town in this country. So I want to ask the honourable member, what is the Liberal plan with respect to infrastructure, given the fact that this Conservative government previously, our Conservative government, had made the largest infrastructure spending announcement in some time?
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much for your question. And as a city councillor, former city councillor, I know the importance of infrastructure. And that's why I was so pleased during the campaign when we announced the historic amount, doubling the infrastructure commitment to $125 billion for transit, for much-needed social infrastructure, for green infrastructure, and those are things that are needed. Our infrastructure in cities across Canada are crumbling, and the doubling is so important because there is such a deficit, and it is going to be an absolute pleasure, as I meet with various people and finding out what their priorities are so that we can get moving on this. Transit is very important across cities. The Garden River First Nation that I met with, they have a number of priorities that they have listed for me. So again, Mr. Speaker, it's a historic investment. It is amazing, and it's going to be so beneficial not only for fixing the infrastructure deficit, but for the much-needed jobs that are required, and for the construction and for the steel-making industry as well. Thank you.
Seeing as we are at 11 o'clock, I will wish to inform the House that there will be 3 minutes left for questions and comments for this speech at the next after question period. Statements by members. Déclaration de députés.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to announce here in the House that this Sunday, December 13th, from 11 until 3 o'clock, hundreds of Quebecers from all the regions of Quebec will be out on the ground to participate in the Bloc Québécois National Day to promote Quebec independence. As the Prime Minister reminded us on Wednesday, the people of Quebec were not consulted when the Constitution was repatriated in 1982. Since then, Quebec is ruled by laws to which it has never consented. I'd like to remind you that Quebec has the right to self-determination like any other people. Quebec's independence will be economically good for our nation. That's what we're going to explain to Quebecers this Sunday. I would also like to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to invite all my distinguished colleagues in the House to join us if they wish to participate.
The honourable member for St. John South, Mount Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my first time rising in this House as the Member of Parliament for St. John South, Mount Pearl, and my first duty and wish is to thank my loving family, my loyal friends, my devoted volunteers, and the people of the riding who put their faith in me. I promise to serve you all with honour and with rigour. Mr. Speaker, the government has moved swiftly in its first days on a matter of crucial importance to the people of my riding. The announcement that the St. John's Marine Rescue Sub-Centre, closed 3 years ago, shall be reopened. My thanks to Minister Tutu and to my fellow MPs for their hard work and their advocacy. This centre provides crucial search and rescue capability for over 900,000 square kilometres of ocean. It is the protector of those who make their lives at sea, including our fishermen and the many who work to produce our plentiful offshore oil. Helicopters transport those workers, Mr. Speaker. Beneath them fly Signal Hill. Beneath them, as they fly, are Signal Hill, the Narrows, Bay Bulls, Witless Bay. I invite the honourable members to come visit my beautiful riding, and as our famous tourism ads say,
I want to remind honourable members that we refer to people in this House by their title. I'm sure the member was referring to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, and that's the title he'll want to use. And I think it's also important that those assistants who work for MPs take note of the fact that when they're helping members prepare member statements or questions, that they refer to the title of the person and not use their name. The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to thank the constituents of my wonderful riding of Red Deer Mountain View for re-electing me to the House of Commons. I am proud to continue representing Red Deer and Red Deer County with the new addition of the County of Mountain View and the beautiful communities of Olds, Carstairs, Didsbury, Sundre, and Cremona. Red Deer Mountain View forms a large part of the central Alberta economy, and our riding depends on agriculture, natural resource development, and manufacturing. In recent years, we've faced a number of issues, most notably low oil prices and grain shipment backlogs. This is why I was quite concerned that in the government's throne speech there was no mention of agriculture or natural resources. Since these issues are ones that affect our region directly but don't seem to warrant the Liberals' attention, I've made a commitment to ensure that support for these sectors becomes a priority. It's important that this government respects and doesn't forget Central Alberta or the thousands of Canadians that depend on the agriculture or energy sector to put food on their families' tables.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, this is the first time that I rise to speak in this House of Democracy. I feel very privileged to bring the voice of the people of my riding to this House, to my voters, volunteers, and my family. Thank you. Thank you. I would also like to take this opportunity to wish all of you here my sincerest best wishes for this holiday season. Merry Christmas and an excellent 2016. Mr. Speaker, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles is a riding that is lucky to have a number of innovative businesses, particularly in transport. I will soon be visiting Novabus in Saint-Eustache, which has been working in collective transport for many, many decades. For a number of years, this company has been showing its leadership in electrified buses and hybrid buses. Mr. Speaker, I would like to note
Honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, this week I asked the government when will they release details of the secret deal made between the previous government and U.S. Steel, which put the pensions and health benefits of 20,000 workers and pensioners at risk. After rubber stamping the takeover of Stelco, Conservatives failed to stand up for Hamiltonians' jobs, signing an agreement that left thousands of workers with no job, pensions under threat, and pensions medical benefits now cancelled. During the election, Hamilton Liberal candidates slammed the former government for keeping the agreement details secret. In answer to my question, the minister made it clear this government has no intention of releasing the details of the deal requested by the workers, pensioners, United Steelworkers, and by all the sitting NDP, federal and provincial members representing Hamilton ridings. Action must be taken now, and details of the secret deal must be released. U.S. Steel must be held responsible for every obligation made under the secret deal and ensure 20,000 vulnerable workers and pensioners are protected. Anything less, Mr. Speaker, is unacceptable. Thank you.
Honourable member for Acadie-Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, today I have the great pleasure to speak for the first time in the House of Commons as the new member for Acadie-Bathurst in New Brunswick.
I congratulate you on your new role as Speaker of the House, and I will also like to congratulate all members of Parliament on their recent election.
I would also like to thank the voters of Acadie-Bathurst from the bottom of my heart for putting their trust in me. It's an honour to represent them here in Ottawa.
The riding of Acadie-Bathurst has gone through difficult times on economic, social, and cultural fronts during the last few years.
Our plan means better times ahead, and it will help us rebuild the riding of Acadie-Bathurst in many ways. I am proud to live in a riding where French and English-speaking communities and the Pabineau First Nation share the land and work together to grow our economy.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, my first order of business is to thank the constituents of Oshawa for affording me the opportunity to represent them in this place for a fifth term. Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured and humbled. Oshawa's ties to the auto sector run deep. I was proud that our Conservative government invested in the auto industry after the economic downturn in 2008 and 2009 and helped save Canadian jobs. But things have changed, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals are back. The new Liberal government has abandoned the auto industry and the communities like Oshawa in their throne speech. They chose to ignore the competitive challenges Oshawa is facing due to the high cost of energy and labour created by their cousins, the Ontario Liberals. To add insult to injury, these federal Liberals seem determined to implement these failed energy and payroll policies across our great nation. These policies have destroyed Ontario's competitiveness compared to northern U.S. states. Mr. Speaker, I urge all members of this House to join together in creating policies that promote the creation of auto jobs, not policies like payroll and carbon taxes that will kill them.
Now the member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise in the House today as the representative of the good people of Fredericton and the Greater Fredericton region. Mr. Speaker, I will work hard to earn the trust of these people every day. The possibility to participate in such a privileged way to help lead our great country and provide a strong voice for my region is not only a great honor, but it's also, for a young guy like me, well, it's a dream come true. I would like to thank all of the people who worked hard during my campaign. Their intelligence and their hard work helped greatly in my election. Like all members here know very well, it takes determination and incredible passion and a full great team to have success in a campaign. I would like to thank all of them.
Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, as I rise in this House for my first time as the first member for Cloverdale Langley City, I want to thank the residents of my riding and my family for their support. I also want to acknowledge that my riding falls in the traditional territory of the Coast Salish peoples. I served our country for the last 32 years as a federal public servant with Parks Canada, living and working in many regions of our country. My new position as Member of Parliament is a continuation of my extensive career in public service. Currently, the three main issues that families of Cloverdale Langley City face are the struggles with high costs of living in Metro Vancouver and stagnant earnings, the serious transit shortfalls in our region south of the Fraser in Metro Vancouver, and poverty, homelessness, addictions, and crime.
I'm excited to see that this government's plan to bring real change directly addresses the issues of my constituents. I look forward to addressing the concerns of my riding in this House and working with all members to improve our communities and our country. Thank you.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, since this is the first time I'm making a statement in this place in the 42nd Parliament, I want to begin by congratulating all of the new and returning members. I also want to thank the fine people of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes for electing me to represent them for a 5th time. I'm humbled and honoured by their trust and expectations. On a more somber note, Mr. Speaker, I was saddened this week to learn of the passing of my friend Harry Pratt of Kemptville in my riding. A real estate broker, Harry worked tirelessly for his community, serving on numerous boards and organizations. He has been called the town's biggest cheerleader. Hospitalized with pancreatic cancer this past Saturday, friends and family turned the cafeteria of the hospital into a wedding chapel so that Harry could watch his daughter get married. He passed away on Sunday afternoon. He was 68. Our thoughts and prayers are with his wife Sheila and his family.
The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Mr. Speaker, next Tuesday, December 15th, the Welland Minor Hockey midget teams and people across Niagara Centre will be dressed in purple to remember the life of Julia Turner. Julia tragically lost her life to cancer at the age of 15. She was an avid hockey fan, and now, every year, her friends come together to play in the Julia Turner Hockey Night in Welland in her memory. Julia was committed to helping those less fortunate throughout her community. To celebrate her life and her work, everyone is asked to bring a non-perishable food item to donate to the Hope Centre in Welland, Ontario. I would like to thank the organizers of Julia's Hockey Night in Welland, especially her family, her friends, for their heartfelt tribute to a remarkable young woman. And in the spirit of Julia's dedication to helping those in need throughout her community, I would like to remind all members of the House and those throughout the community and all Canadians to think of those less fortunate as we enter the holiday season and support your local food bank. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As this is the first time that I rise in this House, I'd like to thank the residents of Cambridge, North Dumfries and North Brant for placing their confidence in me and for me to represent them. Today I rise to pay my final respects to James Chaplin, a man who has changed the course of many lives in Cambridge, including mine, throughout my time with the YMCA. Jim spent 57 years leading Canadian General Tower as President, Chairman, and CEO, and was a member of Galt City Council. Jim Chaplin, however, was truly known for his patronage and support of many worthy causes in our community. He was an ardent champion of both the namesake Chaplin Family YMCA and Bridges Shelter. Mr. Speaker, 1 minute is not nearly long enough to detail the dedication, commitment, and passion for his family and his community. Thank you, Jim, for living such an exceptional life. Our thoughts and prayers are with you and your family. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House of Commons has been back only a week, and already Santa's elves are seeing who is being naughty and nice. With broken promises on deficits, refugees, transparency, and Senate reform, our Liberal colleagues must be getting worried about the carbon emissions from the coal they will get in their stockings. But on a more serious note, Canadians are disappointed that the Liberals are sticking with their plan to step back rather than step up in the fight against the brutal terrorists of ISIS. They should listen to people such as the Liberal members for Fleetwood, Port Kells and Kelowna Lake Country, who wisely both indicated during the campaign that continuing airstrikes was a key component of a balanced approach. Rather than listening to their own members, why has the government forced them to vote against their beliefs on a matter such importance to millions of victims of the brutal ISIS regime? Mr. Speaker, Canadians do not cut and run. Only in Canada do the Liberals run from ISIS.
Now the member for Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, next week is a very special week for Newfoundland and Labrador. A gentleman named Dwight Ball I've known Dwight Ball for many years, as many of us have. Next week, he will be sworn in as Newfoundland and Labrador's next Premier. It's a moment we've been waiting for quite some time. Dwight is a very compassionate individual, very empathetic to all citizens of Newfoundland and Labrador, and certainly a fantastic member of the House of Assembly who will now become our next Premier. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the new MHAs in my riding. They are Brian Wharf, Bayvert, Green Bay, Al Hawkins, Grand Falls, Windsor, Buckins, Jerry Dean, Exploits, Derek Bennett, Lewisport, Twillingate, Tracy Perry, Fortune Bay, Cape Lahoon, Dr. John Haggie from Gander, and Derek Bragg, Fogo Island, Cape Friels. To the Liberal Party in Newfoundland and Labrador, congratulations. We look forward to it.
The honourable member for Essex.
The people of Essex for trusting me to represent them in Ottawa. I will work hard every day to be a strong voice for their priorities. In Essex, family farms fill the landscape and are vital to the successes of our local economies. Too many family farms have disappeared over the last decade in Essex, but despite their many challenges, farmers are embracing environmentally sustainable and progressive conservation practices. I want to specifically honor the work of Don and Neil Huber, who, like many farmers in my community, are spearheading innovative agricultural practices. By using no-till planting and helicopter seeding methods, they are helping the environment and reducing soil erosion and improving water quality. To be a farmer is more than growing food. A farmer is a small business owner, an employer, an accountant, a mechanic, a climatologist, all while living on a razor-thin profit margin and working far more than the traditional 40-hour work week. I want to thank Don and Neil Huber and all the farmers in my riding and across Canada. You don't just feed your family and your neighbours, you're truly artists in your field.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my great honour today to rise in this House to pay homage to the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney, Canada's 18th Prime Minister. He has just been awarded the Supreme Companion of Oliver Reginald Tambo, South Africa's highest award given to a foreign national. It's a tribute to Mr. Mulroney's courage, conviction, and leadership in his stand against apartheid and his call for the release of Nelson Mandela. I'm also very proud that his leadership on the world stage is once again being recognized. During my tenure as Defense Minister and Foreign Affairs Minister, I traveled to Ukraine 3 times. During my visits, I planned to bring up the fact that Canada under Brian Mulroney was the first country to recognize the freedom and independence of Ukraine. On 2 occasions, the Ukrainian ministers beat me to it and brought the matter up first. Also, the Defense Minister of Kuwait made a point to tell me how grateful he was that Canada came to his country's defense again under Brian Mulroney's leadership. The award from South Africa is a great honour for Canada's 18th Prime Minister, Brian Mulroney, and I share the pride of all Canadians in celebrating his achievements. Thank you.
The member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, as this is the first time that I rise to speak in this House, I would like to start by thanking the people of Toronto Danforth for putting their trust in me. And I would like to thank my family who supported me when I said that I wanted to serve the voters of my riding.
This is a season that gives us a chance to connect with the people we care about. It's also a time for us to remember the people around us who are struggling and to see how we can make their new year brighter. Next Friday, I will be participating in the Riverside Antler Breakfast, which supports a nutrition program for local kids. This past weekend, I attended the Riverdale Share, a local concert that supports local programs. This Monday, the Ripple Refugee Project, a local group, welcomed a Syrian family of 8 to our community. These are examples of important charitable work underway in Toronto Danforth and across Canada. Let us thank them. Bonne fête à tout le monde.
Happy holidays.
Oral questions, questions orales. Honorable député de Lac.
The honourable member for Lac Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister loves to make lofty speeches about the Senate, but on the facts, it's the same old liberal cronyism. Without any consultation, the first thing the Prime Minister did was to appoint a speaker. and into the bargain, a unilingual one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague knows full well, we've undertaken a new process to appoint senators, a much more transparent, open process, open to Canadians from all walks of life. When the Prime Minister appoints a new speaker, we chose someone of the utmost integrity, an experienced parliamentarian, and it's the first time we've had a speaker from Newfoundland and Labrador. Now, member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, this is cronyism, pure and simple. For the government House Leader, it's time for the witch hunt season. The chair of the board of directors of Canada Post came along to thwart the government House Leader's plans to see qualified Canadians laid off. Ms. Matthews said that that Canada Post chose a process and the person selected should be respected. Can the government House Leader, is he going to keep trying to make jobs for cronies of the Liberal Party? It's a bit rich coming from the member opposite, that question. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that our concern has always been based on a process undertaken by the former government. We found it to be abusive, and what we've done about it is to make the appointment process more transparent, more open, and if Canadians were appointed under a process that we considered to be wrong, if they want to reapply, then they will be considered. That was what was in my letter, and I'm surprised that the chairman of the board of directors decided to release the names of the people who received those letters, because at no time did we release the names of those individuals.
I now recognize someone who's been of enormous assistance to me in the last few days, the honourable member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, we have already seen the Liberals' inability to manage costs related to resettling refugees, with their campaign promise of $250 million ballooning to over $1 billion. And now we know why. Former Liberal MP Denis Coderre has found a way to use money meant for resettlement to take care of his friend with an $1,800 a day consultant's fee. This is money that could actually go to help refugees. Mr. Speaker, the City of Toronto has employed 4 people for the same amount. What steps will the government take to ensure that federal tax dollars are being spent on the world's most vulnerable instead of on high-priced Liberal friends?
The Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I was unaware of this point regarding Denis Coderre, but I will look into that immediately. And I just want to say that my colleague, the Minister of Health, and I, and the Minister of Defense were with the Prime Minister and 2 opposition colleagues last night, and it was a wonderful, wonderful evening to greet the first refugees in an Air Force plane to arrive in Toronto. It was a wonderful night for all Canadians to celebrate.
Honourable member for Regina Capel.
Well, I just hope that Mr. Coderre's friend wasn't there and on the clock. Mr. Speaker, as it stands now, the only vote the Liberals are planning on holding on changes to the electoral process is a vote in this House where they can use their majority to get their preferred outcome. Only 184 Liberals will get the final say on how 30 million Canadians choose their next government. The Prime Minister has used language like strong and broad consultations when talking about electoral reform, but we all know that the ultimate way of consulting Canadians is through a referendum, where every Canadian has the right to be heard. Why would the government settle for anything less than the best and hold a referendum?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, as I've been clear in this House all week, we will convene an all-party committee to review the process and to ensure that it's a collaborative one, a thoughtful one. We believe decisions on this issue deserve to be approached in such a manner, and I look forward to working with my colleagues opposite to make sure that the next electoral system we introduce makes sure that every vote counts.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Ajax said this week that to presume the outcome of consultations on electoral reform is nonsense, but that's exactly what the Liberals are doing. They've already decided for Canadians that one option isn't on the table, and they won't commit to giving Canadians a say in a referendum. Even if Canadians do want change, there's no consensus on what it should look like. All Canadians should get to make that choice. Why is the government scared to let Canadians choose in a referendum?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, if we want Canadians to trust that their votes really matter, we must be willing as members of Parliament to set aside party preoccupations and undertake a serious examination of the way elections work. We want to explore this issue in the right way. That means before taking action, we're going to engage in a thoughtful and thorough process about the various electoral reform options available. Unlike the previous government, we have every interest in making sure that the voices of Canadians are heard throughout this process.
Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
In Paris, the negotiations have hit a snag over compensation for the most vulnerable countries. And who's blocking a deal? The Canadian delegation, headed by the Environment Minister. Canada has even earned itself 2 fossil awards for blocking the negotiations. Feels a lot like the Conservative era. Is the government going to stop blocking the negotiations, keep its promises, and see to it that a deal finally gets done? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues ill-informed. Canada is pushing hard for a tough deal around climate change. We're very proud of the role that the Environment Minister is playing. What a change from the past 10 years, the Honourable Member.
Awards are catching up on the Conservatives pretty quickly, Mr. Speaker. Now, the draft Paris Agreement includes a commitment to, quote, limit temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius, to significantly reduce risks and impacts. The NDP's targets would have meant Canada was finally doing its fair share. Conservative targets, which as of now are also liberal targets, will not get us there. So will this government commit to adopting ambitious new targets with real accountability? Or does the government just want to keep collecting fossil awards?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the international community is celebrating the role Canada is doing in Paris. We are playing a very positive role. We have been a lagger for the last 10 years, and now we are a leader, and we may be proud of it, and we may hope that we'll have a strong international agreement that will allow Canada to implement a very strong plan with the provinces to decrease greenhouse gas emissions and to make sure that Canada will do its share to fight climate change. Bravo.
Mr. Speaker, a report out this morning shows that the cost of childcare is rising in Canada. Families and women are paying the price. Instead of dealing with the problem, the Liberals have chosen to put the priority on a tax cut for the wealthy. The new government has to get its priorities straight. Can the government indicate what it intends to do to stop the increase in childcare costs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as this is the first time I rise in the House, I want to thank the good people of Winnipeg South for placing their confidence in me and assure them I will work hard every day to earn that trust. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question from the Honourable Minister. In our platform, we committed to work with provinces, territories, and Indigenous communities to create a national early learning and child work framework in order to provide quality, affordable, flexible childcare for those that need it. Mr. Speaker, we'll be making more announcements in the coming days. Appreciate the member's question.
The Honourable Member for Churchill-Kiwatinuk-Aski.
Speaker, Canadian families are being squeezed by higher and higher child care fees. Over the last year, the cost of child care has increased 5 times the rate of inflation. Now, while the Prime Minister's child care needs are covered thanks to Canadians, too many Canadians have nowhere to turn for theirs. So why is this government helping the wealthy and leaving so many Canadian families behind?
Why? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, again, I thank the Honourable Member for her question. Again, we will be working with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous communities to introduce a new early learning and child care framework. I would point out to the honourable member we will also be introducing the Canada Child Benefit. That will benefit 9 out of 10 families, more than the Conservative plan, Mr. Speaker, putting the money in the hands of families and lifting many more children out of poverty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, only 2 minutes after tweeting that he was enjoying learning about his files, the Transport Minister announced that he would not reopen the Toronto Island Airport Agreement. He completely ignored the fact that the airport handles over 2 million passengers each year. This decision impacted thousands of jobs across Canada and Bombardier's new C-Series aircraft program. Can the minister tell us how he made an evidence-based policy decision in just 2 minutes?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank the honourable member. Thank the honourable member for her question. The process that was underway dealt with a very complex issue around planning in the City of Toronto. The issue had significant debate within the City of Toronto, and significant numbers of reports were filed with City Council. If they reviewed those files, they'd understand that the decision was not merely about the airport, but about the entire waterfront, an investment this government is prepared to support and continue as we try to build a great city with a great waterfront and balance all the competing needs.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week we are welcoming the first Syrian families of the 25,000 government-sponsored refugees to Canada. So why is this government leaving Afghan refugee James Akam out in the cold? James served bravely alongside our troops in Afghanistan as an interpreter and now needs refuge in Canada. At a time when we are welcoming thousands, why is this government leaving Mr. Akam out in the cold after he showed tremendous service for this country?
Now the Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question and also his acknowledgement that this was indeed a wonderful evening last night, as it was. I neglected to mention, in addition to my federal colleagues, Kathleen Wynne was also there, the Premier of Ontario. And in answer to the question, that case is under active investigation by my department as we speak.
Now the member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Canada's east coast, the Arctic surf clam fishery is healthy and sustainable and exclusively controlled by only one company. Former Minister Gail Shea proposed that the fishery be increased and open to new entrants based on the scientific advice of DFO officials. This week, the town of Burin and the Cook Clam Group joined a growing list of municipalities and companies calling on the minister to allow new entrants into the fishery. I know that fisheries didn't warrant a mention in the throne speech, but what is the minister waiting for? When will he end the Arctic surf clam monopoly and help create these new jobs?
Now comment Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries.
Speaker, the decision with regard to fisheries opening and level of catch will be made based on sound science and in consultation with those who livelihood depend on the fisheries. Managing fisheries based on robust scientific evidence is a priority for the government, and for the first time, I think scientific and biologic will be able to speak freely regarding when it comes to fisheries in the ocean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now the member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored today to speak for the first time on behalf of the residents of North Okanagan. Mr. Speaker, the longer this minister waits, the longer the people of Atlantic Canada must wait for these new jobs. The Atlantic clams fishery represents real opportunity for real economic growth in this region. When will the minister follow through on the Conservative plan to support the new entrants, and why doesn't he act on that today? Hear, hear.
And I have Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, managing fisheries based on a robust and scientific evidence is a priority for the government, and that is why Minister have instructed the official to review recent decision in this fisheries and return with advice on way forward is consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, at the last summit of the Francophonie in Dakar in 2014, Canada and heads of government from the Francophonie passed a resolution expressing their concern about the increased level of terrorist violence in Francophone countries and expressing their unflagging support for the fight against terrorism. While our allies throughout the world are stepping up their fight against terrorism and ISIL, Canada is stepping backwards by withdrawing our CF-18s from the coalition. Does this government also plan to let down its Francophone partners in the fight against terrorism? The Honourable Minister.
As I also has repeatedly stated that we are continuing the fight against ISIS. And I am particularly concerned about the reach of ISIL into other regions, and in particular into other nations. And we'll be making sure that we work with our coalition partners to look at our intelligence, and so that we have the right capabilities and to be able to prevent future disasters that has taken place in the past. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, people in this country have left cable TV in record numbers in 2015, deciding instead on digital streaming devices like Netflix. Yes, unlike the Liberal Party, the Conservative Party over here believe in low taxes and giving Canadians a chance and a choice to watch TV. So why is it that we watch that the Liberals do not want to limit choice, in fact, want a tax? Streaming.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for offering me my first question as Parliamentary Secretary in the House. It's my pleasure to say, Mr. Speaker, that the government believes in an open internet where Canadians will have a choice as to what they would like to download and for the lawful content of their choice. So there is not a question as the honourable member's premise is quite false, and certainly this government believes in an open and a net-neutral internet.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, on the election campaign trail, the Liberals promised to reinvest in affordable social housing and to restore subsidies. If nothing's done, by the end of the month, 5,200 Quebec households will lose their subsidies. That's unacceptable at this time of year to leave families in such a state of anguish. Will the government indicate if they're going to reinvest in affordable social housing and renew the long-term funding agreements as promised?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Families.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. The government committed to a $20 billion infrastructure program that would emphasize social infrastructure, and that will include housing, renewing housing agreements, as the member mentioned, but also facilities for seniors, as well as early learning and childcare. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1.5 million Canadian families do not have adequate housing. Some families are waiting 10 years to get on social housing lists. Affordable housing agreements are about to expire. The Prime Minister's Parliamentary Secretary repeatedly promised through the campaign Liberals would spend $20 billion on affordable housing. But now it turns out that same money is going to cover all kinds of other priorities. Can the Parliamentary Secretary tell Canadians exactly how much the Liberal government will spend on affordable housing?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, again, I appreciate the question from the honourable member, who I met for the first time this morning in the elevator. And, Mr. Speaker, I would just repeat what I said before. Our government has committed to $20 billion over the next 10 years in social infrastructure. A major element of that will be housing and the renewal of housing agreements, as has been mentioned. Mr. Speaker, we'll be announcing details of our housing program in coming days, and I look forward to the member's future interventions.
The honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister stated during the campaign that a large percentage of small businesses were nothing more than tax havens for wealthy Canadians trying to evade taxes. The Minister of Small Business is now turning that statement into official government policy. How can the minister justify going after small and medium-sized business owners to pay for the finance minister's deficit?
Now the Minister of Small Business and Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand in this House, and I would like to thank the good people of the riding of Waterloo for having me here. I will represent them. As Minister of Small Business and Tourism, I am committed to representing small businesses across this nation as well. I will be working closely with the Minister of Finance to ensure that our commitment to lower the tax burden on small businesses is fulfilled. Not only will we be doing that, we will be working with small businesses because we know that they are job creators, they are economic drivers of our nation, and we will continue to work with them wholeheartedly. And I look forward to working with them.
Now the member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, the last Parliament passed my bill to end a Prohibition-era law that created interprovincial trade barriers against Canadian wine. Now, since then, Mr. Speaker, Manitoba, Nova Scotia, my home province of British Columbia, have all embraced direct-to-consumer provincial shipping of Canadian wine. The Premier of Ontario continues to block interprovincial trade of wine. Will the Prime Minister, who campaigned with Kathleen Wynne, encourage her to support the free trade of Canadian wine and allow direct-to-consumer shipping?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada has undertaken an opportunity to encourage trade at all levels, especially internally, and so we will be working on this file very closely over the coming mandate, and we hope that we will be able to encourage more interprovincial trade.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the government's decision to scrap tolls on the Champlain Bridge will hit revenues hard. Over $100 million a year. Can the Minister of Infrastructure say whether that shortfall is included in the Finance Minister's projections, or will it simply add to the deficit that keeps going up under the Liberals? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, as part of our commitment to the province of Quebec, as well as the regional municipalities in the area of Montreal, we are going to live up to commitment to make the new Champlain Bridge toll-free bridge. The current framework includes all the cost to build the bridge, to maintain it, and to run it. So everything is included in the current framework, and tolling revenue will have no impact on our framework.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, one of the first acts of this Liberal government was to approve the dumping of 8 billion litres of raw and untreated sewage into the St. Lawrence, one of Canada's most iconic waterways, in direct violation of Section 36 of the Fisheries Act. So much for their vaunted and phony commitments to science and the environment. Cities and municipalities downriver called it surprising, disgusting, and outrageous. Why did this minister overturn the order issued by our previous Conservative government and allow important fish habitat in the St. Lawrence to be polluted in direct violation of the Fisheries Act?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, it's my not first question as Parliamentary Secretary, but I will make sure that will be brief on that. I'll make sure that we look at this question for the member opposite, and we'll get back with an answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Elmswood, Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Under the previous government, 20,000 Winnipeggers lost their door-to-door mail service, along with many others across the country. During the campaign, the Prime Minister promised to restore that service, but this government's been backpedaling ever since, and I was quite shocked, actually, to hear Winnipeg Liberal MPs in the Free Press this week say that people in our city are happy with the cuts. I'm wondering if the Minister for Public Services will explain to seniors and people living with disabilities struggling to stay in their family homes why the Prime Minister feels that promises made to them don't need to be kept, and when exactly he told her it would be okay to let them down.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much,
Mr. Speaker, for that, and thank you, the honourable member, for that question. Canada's plan to convert door-to-door delivery has been suspended, but this government is committed to a review, and the review will ensure that Canada Post provides a high quality of service that Canadians expect at a reasonable price.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Let's review the commitments. Pendant la campagne électorale,
During the election campaign, the Prime Minister went to see the Mayor of Montreal to talk, among other things, about Canada Post. Side by side, he said, "We commit to restoring home mail delivery," end of quote. It was clear, and it's even been recorded. But now that they're in power, the government is saying something else and is fueling cynicism. Will the Prime Minister respect his commitment, his solemn commitment, to restore home mail delivery?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At present, there is a moratorium on the installation of community boxes, and we are committed to conducting a complete review at Canada Post. This will mobilize all Canadians throughout the country. Honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the great people of Nickel Belt for electing me as a member of Parliament. It's an honour and privilege to serve them and this House. La question des fêtes de fin d'année.
The holidays are often a time of solitude and despair that can lead to tragic events for people who suffer from mental health issues, serious mental health issues. Can the Minister of Veterans Affairs tell this House what the department will do to help veterans in circumstances like that? The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Nickel Belt for his dedication to veterans. This can be a difficult time for many Canadians, including veterans. I want veterans to know that our government is here to help. Veterans and their families can immediately reach a mental health professional by contacting Veterans Assistance Services 24 hours a day, 365. We'll be launching a social media campaign to promote this service and to highlight the importance of reaching out for help. I encourage all members of this House to spread the message and to support our veterans.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, residents of Northern Canada face punishing cost of living due to their remoteness and limited transportation. The Liberal campaign platform promised tax relief for residents of Canada Northern Zone through a 33% increase in allowable deductions for Northern residency. Mr. Speaker, Northerners expect that this important tax cut would apply to the 2000 tax year. Why is this government already ignoring Northern Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say for the honourable member that we have made that commitment. We will be increasing the tax deduction for Northerners in the coming days. It's a welcome commitment that we made in the election, and it will be a welcome commitment today as implemented by our government. Thank you.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, the Canada Revenue Agency current TD1 form for 2016 and the description of the Northern resident tax deduction currently show no increase to this important tax deduction. Will the minister take steps necessary to put in place to enhance Northern residents' tax deduction for the 2016 tax year?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think all members in this House realize that Northerners have been left behind for a long time in this country. We know what the cost of living of Northerners are, and while it's been ignored for many years, it's something we're prepared to address. We have made that commitment, and we will honour it.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, the smoke from tobacco products is a deadly substance, and as a result, governments and NGOs from around the world have advocated for stricter regulation, especially for youth. Science has proven marijuana smoke has the same potential to cause harm. However, this Liberal government is blindly pushing forward with their marijuana plan at the expense of Canadians' health. Mr. Speaker, why won't the Health Minister embrace the science and abandon this risky plan? And as a family doctor, how can she support this?
Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to respond to this important question. We are all concerned with the health of Canadians, both young and old, and we are concerned with the health risks associated with smoking. As pertains to the issue of marijuana, however, we have lost the fight, and the current approach to marijuana is not working. Results this week have revealed that record numbers of amounts of marijuana are being used by our youth. Our government plans to implement legislation to address that, and so that we can keep marijuana out of the hands of children and youth.
Very good. Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In July, the Conservative government was proud to commit $1.53 billion to the largest public transit infrastructure project in the history of Calgary. The Green Line LRT project will double the rail network and cut commute times in half for my constituents. Today, the Calgary City Council will be debating the funding model in order to kick off construction by 2017. Will the government honour this Conservative commitment, support Mayor Nenshi and the City of Calgary to get Calgarians moving again?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, in 2013, the previous government announced $14 billion for infrastructure. Out of that, $1 billion was allocated for Alberta. Unfortunately, very little has been delivered so far. Right? We are committed to doubling our infrastructure funding to $225 billion, and I will be working very closely with the Mayor of the Calgary and my honourable colleague to meet those commitments.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, during the election, the Liberals promised to finally end criminalizing Canadians for simple possession of marijuana. This government could have taken immediate action, but has not. No details, no timeline for decriminalizing marijuana possession, no commitment to expunge the record of hundreds of thousands of Canadians convicted for simple possession. And thousands are still unfairly facing possible arrest, tying up the police and our justice system. Why hasn't this government taken any action to legalize simple possession of marijuana?
The Honourable Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend from Victoria for his important question. In order to protect our kids from the ravages of marijuana, to make our communities safer, to reduce the social and health harms associated to its use, our government has committed to legalize, regulate, and restrict access to marijuana. And in order to do so, we will be establishing a federal, provincial, territorial task force to design a strict sales and distribution system with appropriate health concerns. This will be done in partnership with our provincial and territorial partners and with stakeholders right across this country.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, this new government is already disappointing many Quebecers, backpedaling on Canada Post, backpedaling on the Labour-sponsored funds, backpedaling on French, challenging legislation on end-of-life care. What's more, this week, the Minister of Heritage failed to address the sale of Radio-Canada's head office. However, Cabinet will have to validate the decision. Mr. Speaker, the future of in-house production in French is in jeopardy. Does the Minister really have the intention to authorize them to abandon Radio-Canada's head office? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. I'd also like to thank the members or the people of Edmonton Centre for having brought me to this House. I'd like to say that the Minister has taken this issue, has taken a look at this issue, and of course it's at arm's length from the Government of Canada. Once we have been informed of the details, we will inform the House of as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We introduced the universal child care benefit because we realized the value of giving back to all Canadian kids, regardless of mom and dad's income. Lower income earners, absolutely, lower income earners would receive more benefits, and higher income earners would receive fewer benefits. But, Mr. Speaker, all Canadian families would benefit, whereas the Liberal plan only applies to some income earners. Why is the Liberal government supportive of only some Canadian families and not all Canadian families?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we are committed to introducing tax measures that help those Canadians that need them most. Our introduction of the Canada Child Benefit, which will be considered in our next budget, will help 9 out of 10 Canadian families and will raise hundreds of thousands of children in poverty out of a very difficult situation. We're proud of what we're doing for those Canadians who are most vulnerable.
Honourable member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, the government has only a short period of time to respond to the Supreme Court's deadline on assisted suicide. While consulting with individuals and organizations within my riding and from across the country, the community of persons with disabilities has expressed to me that they are very concerned. Specifically, they want to know that the most vulnerable among us will be protected. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all Canadians with disabilities, I ask the Minister, how will she ensure the right to choose life will be protected for those who have a disability?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, as the member opposite knows, the issue of physician-assisted dying is a sensitive and complex one. Our government will follow through on our commitment to consult broadly on this issue, and we will be introducing a parliamentary committee in order to do so. We also look forward to the report of the external panel, which we expect next week, which will report on a number of consultations that have already taken place. And I look forward to working with my colleague, the Minister of Justice, in responding to this very important issue.
Honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I speak for the first time in this House, I'd like to thank the great people of Souris Moose Mountain. Mr. Speaker, On the Podium was created by our Conservative government and has supported our athletes and contributed to their success. Can the Minister of Sport assure Canadian athletes as they prepare for the Rio Olympics that their funding will not be on the chopping block as the Liberals look for ways to contain their runaway deficits?
The Honourable Minister of Sport.
Member for that very important question. As a former athlete who represented Canada and stood on the podium proudly, I can assure this House that we think of athletes at the core of every decision we make. As part of our ongoing due diligence and our quest for accountability, transparency, and the effective use of public funds, we are looking at our entire targeted excellence strategy, including our support to Own the Podium. The fact is that athletes and coaches know that we have to review our game plan on an ongoing basis. That's what we're going to do. We're going to do the best for our athletes, and they're going to represent us proudly next summer in Rio.
The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe. Mr. Speaker, the crisis of Syrian refugees has brought Canadians together with community groups who are all making important contributions to help deal with the largest crisis since the Second World War. It's a national project. Canadian companies are also showing generosity in this case. Can the Minister inform this House of the contribution being made by Canadian corporations to the efforts for resettling these refugees? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe, for that question. And I'm very pleased to announce that CN and Robert Pace, the CEO, has established the platinum standard for corporate donations with a $5 million donation for housing Syrian refugees. Yes, Mr. Speaker, $5 million. The generosity of all Canadians will ensure that this national project is successful, that we're all so proud of.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal plan for electoral reform without a referendum has been universally panned in the media. For example, the Toronto Star states, quote, "The government's approach displays unprecedented arrogance." The Star is right for the following reason. If first past the post gives false mandates, as the Liberals claim, then surely winning 39% of the vote under first past the post gives the Liberals a mandate to put options before Canadians, but nothing more. It is Canadians themselves who must make the final choice, and only a referendum represents a true mandate for any particular change to the present system. Isn't that so, Mr. Speaker?
The Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, it's essential that we begin a conversation with Canadians and parliamentarians about how we're going to bring our voting system into the 21st century. And that's why we're bringing forward historic changes to the electoral system. We're going to engage Canadians in an open and transparent dialogue, and those in this House, the government has no intention of prejudicing that debate, and we have every interest that all voices be heard. I hope that all my colleagues across the aisle will join us in this effort.
The honourable member for Willowdale. Member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian is a positive and optimistic plan for the future that will provide economic growth by investing in jobs and lowering taxes for the middle class. When middle-class Canadians have more money in their pockets to save, invest, and grow the economy, we all benefit. Could the Honourable Minister of Small Business and Tourism please inform this House of the actions the government will take to help small businesses?
Small business and tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for the great question. I look forward to working with all honourable members of this House and Canadians across the nation to ensure small businesses are represented. Small businesses are drivers of the economy. They employ 90% of the private sector workforce and account for about 40% of the GDP. Our government will support them. We will support them to be more productive, innovative, and export-oriented. And we are committed to lowering the tax burden for small businesses, and I will be working closely with the Minister of Finance to ensure that happens. Thank you.
The member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday when answering a question, the Minister of Global Affairs mocked and laughed at the notion of muzzling officials, but that's exactly what he's doing. Wow. The Office of Religious Freedom has received international praise for promoting Canada's role in addressing religious freedom around the globe. Religious minorities and other countries are depending on Canada to take, actually, Mr. Speaker, to keep the lead on this issue that is so important to so many persecuted minorities. Why is this minister muzzling the Ambassador of Religious Freedom? Is this a prelude to shutting down the office?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague has wrong information. It is his government that was muzzling officials. We don't do that. To the contrary, we have encouraged our officials to speak in order to help the government to go through its mandate. And part of our mandate is to protect the freedom of religion, as all freedoms, to do it proudly and strongly as Canada should be.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the government is planning to set up a committee that will probably be the most passionate debate in Quebec in recent years on medically assisted dying. A unanimous position was adopted in the Quebec National Assembly, and the Prime Minister has stated to the House Leader that all members must discuss these important issues. On this committee, I ask then, how can it be the fact that they will exclude the Bloc Québécois when the Bloc Québécois, and there are too many people in Quebec interested in this important issue? Thank you, the Honourable House Leader. I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for his question, because I was proud this morning to see that the House unanimously adopted, Mr. Speaker, a motion to strike a joint committee with our colleagues from the Senate to examine this very important and critical issue. So I would thank all members of the House for their unanimous consent so that we can move forward on this important issue drawing our inspiration from the leadership of the province of Quebec. The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, as the Government House Leader pointed out, the Government House Leader, the Bloc, agrees with the striking of a committee on medically assisted dying. The Quebec National Assembly conducted hearings on dying with dignity with representation from all parties. They were all part of the committee that travelled to hold consultations. What is preventing the Government House Leader, who is from the party of real change and which wants to put in place many democratic changes, from adopting a more open approach to participation on this committee? The Honourable House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the fact that the House committee was established unanimously by this House was very clear. The membership of the committee was clearly outlined, so I'm surprised to see my colleague, in fact, be concerned with respect to the participation of certain members, because, as I said earlier, the motion was adopted unanimously, and it was very specific with respect to the makeup of that committee. I hope that our colleagues in the Senate will join us in the hours to come to participate in this historic commitment, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois acted in good faith this morning by giving its consent to the striking of a committee on medically assisted dying. Now, I've been a member of this House for over 30 years. Several times, special committees have been set up on issues that are delicate or moral in nature, and this honourable chamber always sought to include all political committees, political parties rather, on this important committee to achieve a broad consensus. I call therefore on the government and ask him if he's prepared to review the makeup of the committee by holding discussions with the other leaders to allow a member of the Bloc to sit on the committee without the right to vote, simply the right to speak. Is that too much to ask, Mr. Speaker? The Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues will perhaps be somewhat frustrated with this situation, but I hope that has nothing to do with the content of the motion that was adopted unanimously by the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, you know full well that we want to consult all Canadians in an appropriate and responsible way. The Minister of Justice has committed to do so, and I hope that when the bill ultimately is tabled in this House, all members of Parliament will participate in the robust debate that will take place to replace the measures that the Supreme Court deemed unconstitutional. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, we are drawing our inspiration from Quebec.
That concludes question period for today.
Orders of the day. No. Routine proceedings. I'll just sit and let them. Affaire courante ordinaire. À l'ordre. Order.
Order.
Order. Maybe the whip maybe the chief government whip could assist me by encouraging his members to have their discussions behind the curtains or in the lobby. Affaire courante ordinaire. Daily return of
routine proceedings.
That's the wrong word, yeah. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from inter-parliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Okay. Honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last night, I, along with the honourable member from Calgary Nose Hill, joined with the government to welcome 163 Syrian refugees to Canada in Toronto's airport. There have been consultations among the parties, and if you seek it, you shall find unanimous consent for the following motion, which will be jointly seconded by the Honourable Minister of International Development and La Francophonie, as well as the Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill, that this House, on behalf of all Canadians, warmly welcome our new Syrian and Iraqi neighbours, and indeed all refugees who have escaped conflict around the world and arrived safely in Canada, a country with unwavering commitment to pluralism, human rights, and the rule of law.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Motions? Presenting petitions. Honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want Parliament to know about the tragic story of Cassandra Cake. She was 31 weeks pregnant when she was murdered in Windsor, Ontario, about a year ago, and tragically there will be no justice for Cassandra's preborn baby, Molly. She was killed within the violent attack, and that's because in Canadian criminal law, a preborn child is not recognized as a separate victim in this attack against their mothers. This petition calls on Parliament to pass legislation to allow a separate charge to be laid in the death or injury of a preborn child when that child's mother is a victim of crime. Canadians want justice for victims like Molly.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed? Yes? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Order du jour.
Orders of the day.
On the address and reply to the speech from the throne and on the amendment of Ms. Ambrose.
We had 3 minutes remaining in the time for questions and comments to the Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the member from Sault Ste. Marie on his first speech in the House today. The member mentions childcare. Costs for childcare have reached crisis levels in Canada. Families are struggling under childcare costs. The Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives released a study comparing Canada's 27 busiest cities, and it revealed the dramatic differences between childcare in our 2 largest cities. In 1 month in Toronto, childcare is $1,033. In Montreal, it's $174. This vast difference is unacceptable and crippling Canadian families. Based on this, will this government drop its opposition to a universal childcare program that will help Canadian families?
The member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for their question. And during my speech, I'd mentioned about the importance of the throne speech, or the speech from the throne, about the new Canada Child Benefit, which is going to raise 315,000 children out of poverty, and it's going to support 9 out of 10 families. It goes hand in glove with the tax cuts proposed for the middle class, because we're going to strengthen Canadian families. We're going to look after everyone. We'll make sure no one slips behind. And a lot of the investments that we're doing into infrastructure, including social infrastructure, are going to help those that are in needs of families that are in needs of home. There's a lot in there, and I look forward to working with the honourable member and all members in this House as we look after all children in this great country. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier there was a question asked by the honourable member for Barrie, Innisfil, regarding the investment by the government for urban areas, and the response, Mr. Speaker, was related to green infrastructure and social infrastructure. Could the member please give an example of how social infrastructure is going to help with bridges in urban areas, how social infrastructure is going to help in the overall infrastructure problem?
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, the whole infrastructure program, which is historic in nature, the doubling of $100 to $125 billion is extremely important. And as I looked into the program and delved into the program and how municipalities will access this program, is much like how the the gas tax transfers are going to happen to communities. And I was pleased to see that that there are opportunities for cities like Sault Ste. Marie to be able to access a number of infrastructural requirements that we have, including roads and aqueducts through the government. So I'm very pleased with that, and the program is of utmost importance because our infrastructure has been crumbling over the last little while. And there are a number of places, not just in the city of Sault Ste. Marie, but in the more rural areas around that also need roads and bridges as well. So it's there, and I look forward to, again, working with everyone in this House. And I would ask that the honourable member also, delve into it and, make sure that you get your community ready and prioritize things so that you're ready to hit the ground running and apply. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an absolute honour for me to stand in the chamber today and to speak to the speech from the throne. First of all, I would like to acknowledge and thank my colleague for the wonderful speech he made this morning and for his response to many of those questions that are certainly important to people in our country. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to start by thanking the people of my constituency, the people of Labrador, whom I am so proud to represent in this chamber as their Member of Parliament. They re-elected me in the last election, and they did so, Mr. Speaker, with a number of issues in mind, and certainly elected me with the best of intentions and tremendous hope for change that would happen for them as it would for many other Canadians across the country. I want to acknowledge the hard work of many of my volunteers who went out there every single day over this long, gruesome campaign, but certainly never relented in their mission because they believed that there could be better. They believed in a stronger Canada, and they worked so hard for that. I want to acknowledge my friends and my family for their love and their support and their commitment that they have continued to show me in political life over the years. And I certainly am very grateful for all of that, and I give thanks for those blessings. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to stand here today as part of a new and exciting government in this country. Under the leadership of our Prime Minister, we have committed to work hard for Canadians. We have committed to work hard on their behalf for the issues that are important to them, in their communities, in their towns and cities, within their families, within their professional lives. Mr. Speaker, Canadians got engaged on all of the serious issues that are facing our country, and they were looking for the kind of leadership that would matter, the kind of leadership at the end of the day that would include creating jobs, growing the economy, strengthening the middle class, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, in creating a Canada that would be inclusive, accepting, and fair to all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I come from a riding in Labrador, which is made up of a number of Indigenous groups, both Inuit and First Nations, an area that have played home to allied countries from around the world for more than 7 allied countries in our history. We have become a region in northern Canada that have looked with optimism instead of pessimism. We are a region that have advanced despite our challenges, and we are a region that is focused on greater opportunity for the future. We're lucky to be in a province of Newfoundland and Labrador, one that I am so proud to say will be represented by the leadership of Premier Dwight Ball and his Liberal government over the next 4 years. I want to congratulate Premier Ball for his hard work and efforts on behalf of all the people of our province, for laying out a wonderful mandate that is reflective of the issues and concerns of the people of Newfoundland and Labrador, and I want to thank him and his team for giving the people of our province real choice for real change in this past election. I want to acknowledge and recognize the MHAs that were elected in my riding, the member for Cartwright-Lansa-Clare, Lisa Dimster, the member for Torngat Mountains, Randy Edmonds, the member for Labrador West, Graham Leto, and the member for Lake Melville, Perry Trimper. And I want to congratulate each of them and to say to them, I'm looking forward to working with you to improve the lives of the people we collectively represent in the riding of Labrador. I'm also very happy, Mr. Speaker, to be joined by 6 very strong members of Parliament from Newfoundland and Labrador. Having a strong team of colleagues to work with in our province makes our job so much easier. I want to recognize and congratulate each of them on their election. The member for St. John's South Mount Pearl, Mr. Speaker, the member for Avalon, the MP for St. John's East, the MP for Long Range Mountains, the Member of Parliament for Bonavista, Burin, Trinity, and the Member of Parliament for the Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame. Join me in congratulating all of them on their election to the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague, the member from St. John's South Mount Pearl, mentioned today in his speech, that we will be reopening the Marine Resource Centre in St. John's in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. The centre was closed 3 years ago by the previous government, and it was done so, Mr. Speaker, without proper consultation of the people in our province. It was done so at their peril, the peril of those who work and live by the sea and earn a living from this sea-based island, Mr. Speaker. People who work in the offshore oil industry, in the fishing industry, all depend upon the safety and the security of proper search and rescue capacity and the ability, Mr. Speaker, to have someone to call, someone to answer the call and respond in a time of crisis. I'm very proud that our government will reinstate the search and rescue Centre in Newfoundland and Labrador, and also work to improve search and rescue services throughout our province and country and ensure that Canadians, no matter where they work, on the sea or on the land, can ensure they have the protection of search and rescue and someone to respond in their time of need. Mr. Speaker, as I said, I represent an area that has a very diverse culture, and I'll speak to that for just a few minutes. First of all, we are home to one of Canada's wonderful Air Force bases, the home for 5-Wing Goose Bay. It is a military base that have operated, Mr. Speaker, to serve not only Canada, but many of our allies around the world. It has been the home for training for the Italian forces, the European forces, the German Air Force, the Netherlands, the United States, and Great Britain, Mr. Speaker. It has been the home still today for many of these allied countries that want to continue doing training in that part of our country. And we've seen a lot of that training happening. It is part of the NORAD exercises that will be carried out over the next 5 years in Canada. And we are delighted to be a part of that program, Mr. Speaker. And we have been very delighted to support the military in their efforts in our community and in our region to carry out the important work that they do on behalf of all of our armed forces. Mr. Speaker, I come from a long line of military personnel. I have never served myself, but I have a number of family members that have served and continue to serve, both in the Canadian Air Force, in the Canadian Navy, and also in the RCMP. And I know firsthand, Mr. Speaker, the valuable services that these frontline people provide to our country. And today, as I recognize those in my family, I recognize those in all families across the country that work so hard to protect our rights and freedoms and protect our country. So I recognize and congratulate them. Mr. Speaker, I also come from an area of tremendous Indigenous people. People, Mr. Speaker, are very proud of their culture, very proud to be the Indigenous people of this great country. Mr. Speaker, an area where each and every day they work hard to make gains, both in their Inuit culture and in their First Nations lands. Mr. Speaker, this government, our government, has made a strong commitment to Indigenous people. And I could not be prouder than I am today to stand in this House, Mr. Speaker, and to recognize that our government will undertake a review of nation-to-nation governance and relationships between Canada and our Indigenous people. It is a remarkable commitment that has been made on behalf of our government, and I look forward to ensuring that we work diligently with all Indigenous people in this country to make this happen. There's so many things I would like to speak about today, and I know that time will not permit me. But one of the things I do want to outline, Mr. Speaker, and it is this, that my riding, like many ridings across the north, like many rural ridings across Canada, we have a number of needs that we are looking to have met. And I can commit to you that I, as one member, along with many of my colleagues on both sides of the House of Commons, will be working harder to address these issues around telecommunications, internet, broadband, and cellular service, around transportation and air and road connections, around housing, Mr. Speaker, and around creating jobs and growing the economy of northern and rural regions. And I look forward to the next couple of years, 4 years in this government, to serving the people of my riding and many others on those issues that are of critical importance to developing our country and allowing everyone fair opportunity to grow and succeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my friend on her speech. I enjoyed being on political panels with her in the last Parliament, and so I enjoyed her speech here today. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to make an unfortunate prediction that in the course of this Parliament, Five-Wing Goose Bay, I think, will be part of the leaner Canadian Armed Forces that this government has already intimated, and I fear they will close that base, Mr. Speaker. And I base that upon the fact that that member made a passionate plea to have Five-Wing involved in the Syrian project, Mr. Speaker, and it was not selected for that. And in the last Liberal government, Mr. Speaker, the NATO low-level flying was ended at that base. Our government kept Five-Wing alive and invested in it in infrastructure and other means, but the throne speech said clearly that the military is going to be cut, Mr. Speaker. A leaner military, we know on this side, means cuts, and they almost closed Five-Wing Goose Bay in their last government, Mr. Speaker, and I truly fear, despite that member's passion, that it's on the chopping block already, Mr. Speaker. Can that member confirm that to the House today?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Durham for his question. And it's a very important question, and I'm happy to speak to it. And I tell you why. The difference between the previous government and this government, Mr. Speaker, is we see opportunity in the future. And there's tremendous opportunity in Five Wing Goose Bay to serve as part of the Arctic and Northern Mission, something which the government opposite did not see as being an opportunity for that base and for the people in that part of the country. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it was the previous government that continued to dismantle bases like Five Wing Goose Bay, tore down dozens and dozens of buildings and houses and started to dismantle the entire base. Our job is going to be to strengthen military defence in this country, which we intend to do, and ensure that we make good use of the facilities and the properties that we have.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate the honourable member and the Parliamentary Secretary to Indigenous and Northern Affairs for her speech. She made mention in her speech about the importance of a renewed nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples, the Inuit and the Métis communities. In my community, we have the Missing and Murdered Women Coalition. In fact, the coalition's worked on it long and hard. They comprise of family members, community advocates, organizations, women's organizations, and they've advocated for a national inquiry for a very long time. We now finally have an opportunity for that. One of the things that we must learn from, of course, is to not make the same mistakes that the BC government had made with the OPO inquiry. So therefore, the Missing and Murdered Aboriginal Women Coalition are asking for three things. One, that the government ensure that the mandate actually looks into the root causes on the violence against Indigenous women and girls. Second, that the family members, the organizations who have expertise and knowledge around this issue have the opportunity and be funded, supported, resourced to participate in the inquiry so that they're not shut out in that process. Third, to ensure that the recommendations coming out of the inquiry, that there is commitment and resource to implement those recommendations. I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary could respond to those and make that commitment to the coalition and the family members.
That's Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Vancouver East for her question. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we were very proud to move on implementing the inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in this country. We know the value of doing this piece of work, but we also know the value of doing it right. And that includes, Mr. Speaker, consulting with the families, which is currently ongoing at this stage, will continue to be ongoing, but as well as consulting with others who have expertise to ensure that this inquiry will meet the needs and produce the outcomes and see the follow-through that is required in order to do this successfully, to ensure that we honour the victims and we heal the families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with my good friend, the honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend. Mr. Speaker, it is a true privilege to rise in this House in my maiden speech in response to the government's speech from the throne. At the outset, I would like to thank the tens of thousands of people in the St. Albert Edmonton riding for placing their trust and confidence in me. I can assure them, Mr. Speaker, that I will work every single day to do my very best to represent their interests here in Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, like every other honourable member in this House, I did not get here alone. I got here because of the hundreds and hundreds of people who offered their support and commitment and assistance, not just during the campaign, but over the course of my entire life in helping shape the person who I am today. And while, Mr. Speaker, it is not possible to thank each and every one of those individuals, I do want to pay tribute and thank my family. In particular, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my parents, Tom and Rita Cooper. At an early age, they instilled in me the importance of hard work, the value of education, and the need to be engaged and involved. And indeed, it was they who encouraged me to get involved in the political process at a young age. They saw that I had been quite interested in politics, and they suggested that rather than sitting on the sidelines, that I should roll up my sleeves. They themselves had never been politically active. And so I took their advice, and at the age of 14, I joined the Alberta Provincial Progressive Conservative Party, and I guess I've never really looked back since in terms of my political involvement. Amen. I would also like to acknowledge my brother, Timothy Cooper, who is a medical doctor, presently completing his residency in the area of ear, nose, and throat at the University of Alberta for his lifelong friendship. My paternal grandparents, Michael and Bridget Cooper, who came to Canada from Ireland, and my maternal grandparents, Yosis and Brone Pilipavičius, who fled communism and came to Canada from Lithuania. You know, like so many people from all around the world who come to make Canada home, they didn't have much monetarily. But what they did have was a strong desire to work hard, to contribute to Canadian society, and to build a better life for their families. And for that, I wish to pay tribute to their legacies. I also wish to acknowledge Mary O'Neill, the former MLA for St. Albert, as well as Doug Horner, the former MLA for Spruce Grove St. Albert, who served in a number of cabinet portfolios, including Deputy Premier and Minister of Finance in the Government of Alberta. Both Mary and Doug were people that I first got involved with and supported in their campaigns. Over the years, they've been tremendous political mentors, and I was so very proud that they stood with me both during the nomination and during the election campaign. I'd also like to, Mr. Speaker, acknowledge Dr. Richard Plain, the former mayor of St. Albert, who served ably as my campaign manager during both the nomination and the general election. And last but not least, I would like to acknowledge the partners of the Edmonton law firm Ogilvy LLP for their support and understanding as I tried to balance, on the one hand, a busy civil litigation practice with the demands of seeking elected office. Now, with that, Mr. Speaker, I turn to the substance of my speech, namely responding to the government's speech from the throne. Mr. Speaker, the speech from the throne accurately stated that Canadians want to trust their government. Well, if anything is clear in less than 2 months, Mr. Speaker, it's very clear that Canadians can't trust this government. Mr. Speaker, the list of broken promises in less than 2 months is truly breathtaking. Indeed, with each new day seems to come a new Liberal broken promise. One such broken promise was the government's commitment to run a $10 billion deficit in this fiscal year. It now looks like we're looking at about a $1.2 billion shortfall. It may be billions and billions of dollars more to pay for their spending spree. And Mr. Speaker, who's going to pay for this government's spending spree? Well, of course, working Canadians, because after all, Mr. Speaker, there is only one taxpayer, something that this government seems to have already forgotten about it if they knew it in the first place. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, for working Canadians, living in Canada is going to become a much more expensive place to live thanks to this Liberal government. How is it going to be more expensive, you ask? Well, Mr. Speaker, this government wants to impose a carbon tax. It wants to hike payroll taxes. It wants to eliminate income splitting for single income families. It wants to eliminate the universal child care benefit, and it wants to roll back TFSAs. Mr. Speaker, it's very, very clear that this government has no plan and no vision other than job-killing, tax and spend redistributive schemes. This is evidenced by the fact that there was no mention of the speech from the throne about the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the biggest trade deal in Canadian history, which is going to allow Canadian businesses to get their products to market to 800 million consumers duty-free. But this government didn't even bother to mention it. No mention of Alberta's vital energy sector. No mention about any meaningful strategy to create jobs, to get the economy growing, and to get Canadians back to work.
There is no plan, Michael.
And when it comes to keeping Canadians safe, Mr. Speaker, this government has been equally short-sighted. The greatest security threat to Canada comes from ISIS. ISIS is responsible for slaughtering tens of thousands of people in Iraq, in Syria, and around the world. Entire villages have been upended, and literally rivers of blood flow in Iraq and Syria, and yet this government's response is to cut and run by pulling out of the CF-18s. And yet the Minister of National Defense, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Prime Minister can't explain how that's going to assist the international coalition to defeat ISIS, and the reason is because it's completely unhelpful. So I say to the honourable members opposite in closing that in terms of a road to prosperity, it doesn't come by spending more, by regulating more, by taxing more, and by redistributing more. It comes from being fiscally responsible and trusting taxpayers and creating the conditions for growth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before proceeding with questions and comments, I have the honour to inform the House that a communication has been received which is as follows. December 11, 2015. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable David Johnston, Governor-General of Canada, will proceed to the Senate chamber today, the 11th day of December 2015, at 1 p.m. for the purpose of giving royal assent to a certain bill of law. Yours sincerely, and signed, Stephen Wallace.
I have the honour to inform the House that a communication has been received which is as follows. December 11, 2015, Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable David Johnston, Governor-General of Canada, will proceed to the Senate chamber today, the 11th day of December 2015, at 1 p.m. for the purpose of giving royal assent to a certain bill. And that's signed, Stephen Wallace. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his remarks.
What he had to say in the speech, but that's okay. I think it's important that we all sit here in this chamber and listen intently as members across speak their mind and represent their constituents. In fact, I'm glad to see a lot of my honourable colleagues here doing the same with respect that should be accorded in this place. I was reminded last weekend in my community of Fredericton at the Boyce Farmers Market just how hopeful and positive people are with the tone of inclusive leadership, of collaboration, and of goodwill demonstrated on this side of the House towards Canadians and towards others in this chamber. And I guess my question for my colleague on that side of the floor is, does he not too think that a tone of civility and of collaboration and of working together and of listening intently to the wisdom that is delivered when others are speaking is important? And will he commit to acting in such a way to make sure that we can be constructive and develop positive policies for Canadians? Thank you.
For St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for Fredericton both for his question and also to congratulate him on his election. No doubt a hard-fought campaign. So congratulations, member. I certainly share the honourable member's sentiments that we're all here to represent about 100,000 people on average, and we represent people in our ridings with diverse views and diverse interests, and we all have to do our best to take the issues and priorities that matter to the people of our riding and advance them here in Ottawa. I know that I'm certainly committed to doing that, and I believe he is as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Commentaire, the honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the member for his speech. He's very eloquent and very compelling, and we'd like to welcome him to the House and thank him for putting forward both a bit of a personal history, which is very interesting, as well as talking more about the issues. I must say I didn't share everything that the member talked about, particularly when he talks about the economy. And so I have a couple questions to put to him, because we've just come through an election campaign where Canadians made some decisions, I think in large part because they saw what the record of the previous government was. And the record of the previous government was the largest deficits in Canadian history, the largest trade deficits in Canadian history, and I think probably most significantly what we also saw is the largest debt load on average Canadian families that we have ever seen in Canadian history. So many people say in my riding that conservative economic development is an oxymoron. And I think given the record of the former Conservative government, that's a truism. It's very true. So I'd like the member to comment on all of these things: largest deficits, largest trade deficits, record debt loads on the average Canadian family, and how that might mesh with how the Conservatives, what the Conservatives might be championing and speaking on in the coming months in the House of Commons.
A member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
I want to thank the honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster, for his question. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the record of achievement under the former Conservative government. Under the for 9 years, that government provided sound economic management that made Canada lead the industrialized world when it comes to jobs, when it comes to growth, when it comes to maintaining the lowest unemployment rate on average. With respect to deficits, it is true that the former government did run some deficits, but it was in the context of the worst global economic recession in decades. And so there was some short-term stimulus spending that allowed Canada to turn around and grow at a faster rate than any country in the world, leading to long-term growth and prosperity. And, Mr. Speaker, I should remind the honourable member that as far as debt-to-GDP ratio, Canada has the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio in the industrialized world, thanks to the Conservative government. So I don't apologize for the record of those 9 years.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. Before I begin, I should note that I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville. I wish to also take this opportunity to say hello to my wife Rose and our daughters Eliana and Natalia, who are watching from our home in Vaughan. I would also like to thank the voters of Vaughan Woodbridge for placing their trust in me. As a new member, it is a real honour to be here to offer my thoughts in the throne speech on behalf of the people of Vaughan Woodbridge. But before I do, it's important to add some context to my remarks to explain why I'm here today. You see, Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, the Prime Minister said that the throne speech was about what matters most for the people that matter the most. I think that by delivering a throne speech with an emphasis on giving a hand up to students, seniors, communities and families, this government is setting out a plan for our future and for the future of our children. Mr. Speaker, 50 years ago, my grandparents left southern Italy with nothing but what they could carry. They arrived at Pier 21 in Halifax with only a strong work ethic and a desire for a better future for their 7 children. One of those children, my mother Vincenza, married my father Rocco and set out to build a life together. They worked hard and sacrificed every day. They transformed their entrepreneurial spirit and drive into a good and productive life because Canada allowed them to do it. They worked hard and Canada provided the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned that the kind of opportunities my parents and I had may not be within the reach of my daughters. As a father and a husband, I'm eager to make sure that my 2 wonderful daughters, Eliana and Natalia, grow up and have the chance to succeed. Certainly my wife, Rose, and I have worked hard to provide for all children, but like many families across Canada, a helping hand from government that cares would make all the difference. Now, I understand there are those who would have us believe that hard work alone is enough to guarantee success, but that's not true. Hard work is a big part of it, but so is opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this is why I ran for office. It's why I'm happy to support this throne speech, because it promises opportunity for those who are willing to work hard. Most members here would agree that families and communities are the building blocks of this nation. And I am immensely proud to be here representing the families of Vaughan Woodbridge. But for too long, families and communities have been missing out. Better is always possible, and it's time to put real people on the road to real change. Change for the better, and that starts now. Before I continue, I should again take a moment to thank the people of Vaughan Woodbridge for their trust and support. This is my first opportunity to speak as a member of this House, but I temper each of my comments with the input and support that I have received from those I represent. And I thank them for their help, for their support, and for their trust. It's important for my constituents to know that this throne speech speaks to the priorities that are important to people living on Chancellor, on Davos, on Maria Antonia, and everywhere in between. This is not a throne speech written in Ottawa. Instead, it's a throne speech that takes its inspiration from the coffee shops, the kitchen table, and the workplaces of this great country. This throne speech is for all Canadians. The focus of this new government is on good jobs, safe streets, and opportunity for all. And I say to the people of Vaughan Woodbridge, these are your priorities, and they are mine too. You see, last week, Mr. Speaker, this government delivered a throne speech that focused the entirety of its energy on the middle class, people like those living in my riding. This government recommitted to helping low-income seniors, students, families, and workers across Canada. It committed to using every mechanism at its disposal to create jobs, to improve services, and to restoring Canada's glory for all citizens. The middle class hasn't had a decent raise in years, and it's time for our working families and the unemployed to catch a break. It's time to again create a place where hard work can and will spark opportunity that delivers prosperity to everyone. This is what real change looks like, and it's precisely what the government wants to achieve. Now, I understand the critics to my left. I've heard them say that government should stand back and let the free market take over. I reject this hands-off approach, because it ignores those at the bottom end of our income scale. Mr. Speaker, certainly the world of international finance is not one that I'm stranger to. I've worked on Wall Street and Bay Street for nearly 25 years. I know the economy grows only with a strong middle class. Instead of sitting back, this government is doing what it can to grow the middle class, to invest in infrastructure to alleviate gridlock that is choking our economy, to provide a clean environment, and to strengthen retirement security for all. These are goals, that we can and should all get behind. Not because they are liberal commitments, but because they will strengthen us all. Canadians elected a government to bring us together. Canada is strong because of our differences, not in spite of them. It is also true that the new Canada Child Benefit will direct substantial help to those who need it the most. And I am proud of this part of our platform. The new Canada Child Benefit will provide increased benefits to 9 out of every 10 families in Canada. The benefits will be tax-free. And most importantly, the benefit will lift 300,000 children out of poverty. So why is this important? Why not continue to pursue the short-sighted policies of the past Why not allow the markets to decide everything? Mr. Speaker, quite simply, there are too many Canadians who work 2 or 3 jobs with little benefits, and they still live in poverty. To make matters worse, public infrastructure is crumbling, the manufacturing sector is shrinking, household debt is skyrocketing, and the cost of basic essentials continues to rise. Mr. Speaker, these things are putting unimaginable pressure on the people I represent, on families, on students, and on seniors. And this throne speech is trying to set things right. Mr. Speaker, this is the first debate of many, but it is tremendously important because it will set the tone for everything that comes next. New investments in public transit, green infrastructure, social infrastructure, and secure pensions each promise real and meaningful change for the residents that I was elected to serve. With this in mind, and with my wife Rose and our 2 daughters, Eliana and Natalia, watching, I'm excited to support this throne speech, not just as a document, but as a plan for real change. I'm pleased to vote in support of this blueprint for tomorrow because of what it represents for seniors, for students, for families, and workers in my riding, and ridings in every part of Canada. Thank you for this time, Mr. Speaker, and may God always bless Canada.
Before we proceed to questions and comments, I erred in recognizing the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge ahead of the honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend. And so we will come back to that order after we do questions and comments. We'll go to the honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend, after which we'll then go to the honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville. And so again, I apologize, particularly to the honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend and to the House indulgence. I hope that that change in the order will be acceptable. And now we'll go to questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for, the honourable member for, I knew this just a moment ago, Essex. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the member from Vaughan Woodbridge on his first speech here in the House. He mentions the middle class. He mentions the tax cut that the Liberals have offered. I would like to say that the middle class will still not get a raise, as the member indicated, with tax plans that leave out 70% of Canadians. He mentions the coffee shops. These are the places in my riding where the working class people gather, and they will no doubt be asking the Liberal government why 70% of Canadians are being left out of the tax changes that they've proposed. Why don't they get a break as well? What will this member tell them, or does he only represent the 30% that he worked with on Bay Street?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank the honourable member from Windsor on her question. I also wish to express my ongoing support for the auto industry that is so important for southwestern Ontario and all of Ontario and our manufacturing footprint. I would like to add that in our platform, we contained a number of measures. And one of those measures, which I spoke to in my earlier comments, was with regards to the new Canada Child Benefit. If you look at and read from such sources as the Caledon Institute, this new child benefit that will be arriving hopefully next year will be tax-free to families in Canada. Will provide 9 out of every 10 families with increased benefits, and will lift 300,000 children out of poverty. I think that's great news for families in Canada. Thank you.
Seems I'm doing everything backwards here this afternoon. Now we'll go to the official opposition and questions and comments. And the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is our final day of 2015, so we'll all give you a bit of slack. You do an exceptional job in that chair, and it's appreciated on all sides. And you'll be giving me a little extra time because I just gave you the shout-out. So I'd like to congratulate the member from Vaughan Woodbridge on his first speech and for his passion to serve the public. But what I find most ironic with this government, Mr. Speaker, is with the finance minister in particular, and with this member with his experience on Bay Street and Wall Street, is the deficit that is now running out of control. You know, hopes that it will be somewhere between $10 and $20 billion per year. Would that member not agree with me when I say that a deficit is either one of two things? It's either future tax increases or it's future cuts. So if this government is sincere about getting to a balanced budget by the end of their mandate, they will have to do one of those two things: raise taxes dramatically or cut services. So I'd ask this member what he favors: higher taxes or cuts in services.
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague from Ajax, or Durham, excuse me, for that question. Mr. Speaker, it is a bit rich for this government here. It is a bit rich for my member to address the word on deficits and debt when this government in the last 10 years added $150 billion to our national debt and took a $15 billion surplus and moved it into a deficit position before the great financial recession even set in. So while I will state this, we are in a very low interest rate environment. And my humble advice would be for the government to undertake strategic investments in infrastructure to help grow our economy. And with that, our debt to GDP ratio continues to decline and will decline under this government, and we will balance the budget, as we've indicated, at the end of the 4-year period. Thank you, sir.
We have time for a brief question. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. That's on questions and comments?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the member, and I congratulate him on just a fantastic speech and just recognizing his family back home and so forth. But one of the things I noticed is he picked up on the important point of the automobile industry. And I'm wondering if he might want to provide further comment on the importance of the automotive industry for the province of Ontario, in fact, all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Honourable Member, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. As someone who's worked in finance for 25 years and covered the auto sector for the last 15, it's close to my heart and it's something that we need to support within this country. We need to maintain those jobs here in Canada, and our government will do everything we can through consultation with our partners on the automotive OEM base, the auto suppliers, and the small parts manufacturers that are littered throughout southwestern Canada to make sure we ensure those jobs are maintained here and we maintain a very strong, robust global auto industry. We need those jobs, and our government is dedicated to ensure that those jobs remain in Canada and we can grow the OEM base, the supplier base. And that is very important, and we will go forward with that. Thank you, sir.
I have the honour to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing this House that the Senate has passed the following bill. C3, loi portant...
Bill C3, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the financial year ending March 31st, 2016.
And resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to you. You are now our ambassador both inside and outside these walls. For both that, I admire you and challenge you to hold our Parliament to one of the greatest parliaments in Canadian history. It won't be easy, Mr. Speaker, but you have my full support. And I pledge this to you, to both speakers. If I make the grave mistake in the pursuit of heckling across the aisle, I will ensure that it is done in the most stealth of fashions, so you'll never know it was me, Mr. Speaker. While I'm here and ultimately humbled at the age of 34 to have been elected both provincially and federally, and that I can be proud of, Mr. Speaker. However, what I'm most proud of are two very smart, thoughtful, and generous little girls, Molly and Lily Generou. These are my girls and my reason for being here, Mr. Speaker. I recognize this is a world where we need to put service before self, and I'm proud of who they are at the ages of 8 and 6, but I can't wait to meet them as they grow into what I'm certain will be remarkable young women. Speaking of remarkable young women, Mr. Speaker, I'm also incredibly lucky to have the most beautiful, thoughtful, and most kind person in love with me, my partner in life in all things, and soon-to-be doctor, Elizabeth Clement. I also want to recognize the former Member of Parliament for my region, James Rajat. He's a man of great principles and dedication to our country. I'm deeply honored and humbled to be following him in this chair, and he's a man who knows how to work hard, and that plan I plan to carry forward to represent our nation's best constituents, those from my home in Edmonton Riverbend. However, Mr. Speaker, this is where I'd like to stop talking about me. Quite frankly, there are much more important things to talk about than me. I'd like to focus this time, my time, to speak to what the speech of the throne means to our future generations. I thought it might be interesting because, quite simply, I both get excited and scared for our future leaders. Excited because I truly feel there's nothing they can't accomplish, but also scared because we're a country that's admired by so many in this world for its freedom and prosperity, and its decisions we don't make today that can put all that at risk, Mr. Speaker. But we're only a generation away from losing this way of life that we've worked so hard to achieve. But I want our future to have a better life, a successful life, and let's take that message forward together. Deep down, we all have a dream for what Canada can become in the next 20, 30, 50 years, but we need to take responsibility for that dream, Mr. Speaker. I challenge our future generations to make their dreams for our country a reality. I challenge them to say yes to their dreams. Don't settle for mediocrity. Work hard. Things in life are not easy. They're hard. Do what is hard. Trust me, it'll be so worth the work. Mr. Speaker, there are so many distractions in this world, Facebook, Twitter, social media, but to our future generations, focus on your goals, your dreams. You are responsible for our country to do just that. Now, Mr. Speaker, our future generations are certain to face many difficult challenges in the years to come. But I want them to remember that each and every day to embrace the Canada they want to see. There'll be thousands of people lined up around each and every corner to tell them no, but don't listen. I want our future to push themselves to do better, to be better for this world, to be better for us. It's hard to push yourself, but that's the point. Do what is hard. Your integrity, your honor, that's what defines you. Don't ever let anyone tell you you can't do something. If you want something, work hard. It's honestly that simple. Mr. Speaker, I want our future to remember these words, as what we do inside this chamber for all of them is not something any one of us should ever forget. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to focus my remaining comments on my home province, Alberta. I grew up in a province that took action, a province that does a lot of heavy lifting for the economy, but a province which is under attack by its own NDP government and this Liberal government. I'm fearful for our future there, Mr. Speaker. Don't believe me, Mr. Speaker? The very decision to remove the responsibilities of the West and roll them into a minister from Toronto, I can't tell you how that doesn't sit well with everyday Albertans. Decisions like giving up on pipelines and tankers on the West Coast, please don't take these decisions lightly. These decisions impact the lives of many, the future of many. And I ask you to please don't make a political decision. The West is truly Canada's land of opportunity during economic hardships, and we can be that way again. But we need a government that will join with us across the aisle and fight to ensure we have the jobs, we have the people, and we ultimately have the support to bring forward the next era of the Golden West. We have been the strongest economic region in North America for the past 10 years. That's in North America, Mr. Speaker. To the men and women who have lost their job in the oil patch, this Conservative team is here for you. To the farmers feeling threatened in their way of life, this Conservative team is here for you. To the working mums and dads who are now bracing for the burden of more debt, I pledge to you, this Conservative team is here for you. I'll be bold, and I'll make this promise on behalf of the 99 incredible Conservative MPs. We all will be here to fight for you with every last breath we take while we're here. However, Mr. Speaker, our time is limited here, and I want to ensure we're all here considering our future leaders. I want all members of this chamber to ensure we're making the best decisions here that will enhance their way of life. Decisions being made here already are being based more on political ideology and electioneering, more so than thinking of our daughters, our sons, our grandkids, my kids. With references to marijuana, CBC funding, and electoral reform all outnumbering jobs in the speech from the throne, I'm concerned and downright disappointed that the Liberal government has already failed on Canadians, have disappointed on giving us an opportunity and a chance to enhance an important way of life. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to end with a challenge to the members on the government side to work hard as we build on what our forefathers have left before us. It won't be easy, but this job shouldn't be easy. Future generations are watching, and future generations rely on the very decisions we make. We're all humans put together to make up this House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. We'll forever be bonded together. Let's not forget that. It takes courage to work together. Mr. Speaker, I want our country to do better and be better because I was here. Quite simply, that's why I'm here, as Member of Parliament for Edmonton Riverbend. Seconded by the Honourable Member from St. Albert, that reads, that the motion be amended by adding, after the words, tax burden for Canadians, the words, and back away from its undemocratic plan to scrap Canada's current voting system without consulting Canadians in a referendum first, as most democratic-minded governments such as the governments of British Columbia, Prince Edward Island, Ontario, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom have done.
Allard.
Order.
Motion moved by the member for Edmonton Riverbend, seconded by the member for St. Albert, that the motion be amended by adding after the words tax burden for Canadians, the words, and back away from its undemocratic plan to scrap Canada's current voting system without consulting Canadians in a referendum first, as most democratic-minded governments, such as the governments of British Columbia, Prince Edward Island, Ontario, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom have done. Admit the messenger. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, a message from His Excellency the Governor General. Monsieur le Président, un message de Son Excellence le Gouverneur Général.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, it is the pleasure of His Excellency the Governor-General that this Honourable House attend him immediately in the chamber of the Senate. Monsieur le Président, c'est le plaisir de Son Excellence le Gouverneur Général que cette honorable Chambre se rende immédiatement auprès de lui à la salle du Sénat.
I have the honour to inform the House that when the House did attend His Excellency, the Governor-General in the Senate chamber, His Excellency was pleased to give, in Her Majesty's name, the royal assent to a bill. On the sub-amendment, questions and comments? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate the member on his speech, and I was particularly enthused by the fact that you spoke about the future. The Liberal government is very concerned about the future of young people, the future of young families, much like yours and much like mine. That's why we are investing in our future. That's why we're investing in our youth. Thousands of new jobs for young people and fixing the infrastructure that, frankly, has been falling apart for 10 years. Does the member not think that it is important to invest in our future, the future of our young people?
For Edmonton Riverbend.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member. I thought I was off the hook there with all the excitement that happened, but apparently not. Here we are. Thank you for the question, honourable member. I think our future is bright, particularly if we make the decisions that we're quite present with our previous Conservative government. Decisions at the UCCB, been making decisions to make sure the TFSAs, income splitting, those are decisions that we as a government made, which I really hope that will be reconsidered on the other side, because those are things that can help young families, that can really help future generations. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate the member from Edmonton Riverbend on his election, and certainly a great speech. I really appreciate that he talked about and elaborated about very important things, about the future of our children and taking care of our grandparents and our grandmothers, the mothers of our country. And we have a lot in common. We both want to grow the economy while protecting the environment. The member talked about oil and pipelines and making sure that we get our resources to market. I want to hear from the member about bringing oil to market and making sure that British Columbians are heard on that issue, because it is the mothers and the grandmothers and the daughters of British Columbians that are very concerned about pipelines. We had a spill in English Bay recently, a very small spill, which was a bunker spill, and it wasn't adequately taken care of. We had a spill on my beach in Tofino in 1988. It damaged the ecosystem that we rely on for our food security, for our recreation, and for our cultural needs. So I'd like to hear from the member how we can work together to protect coastal British Columbia, look forward to a new economy like the member across the floor talked about.
Full member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. I have lots of friends in Tofino. I'm sad to probably announce I didn't vote for you, but you seem like a decent guy. So, but Mr. Speaker, I honestly think we need to build the pipelines to get our oil to market. That's what drives our economy. That's what drives the Albertan economy. What we're seeing is that there's a lot of trains out there as well. Would like to ensure that we're making sure that pipelines are being built, because if we have oil spills on trains, those are also something we should consider in terms of the environment. What was particularly I guess disappointing from this Liberal government is that when Keystone wasn't announced, it wasn't going to go ahead, we had barely a word from a Prime Minister. Quite frankly, a Prime Minister that loves to say a word or two here and there. And he wasn't anywhere to be seen. And now he's quite excited, as we all saw yesterday, to go to his fancy dinner with the President Obama. But at the end of the day, I think we need to make sure that we're fighting here for Alberta and fighting for Canada, which is important, because that's what drives our economy, is the Alberta.
We have time for only a short question and response. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd love to congratulate my colleague and good friend and neighbour in Edmonton for his election to this House. Well deserved, and I've seen firsthand the relationship that he has with his girls, and it's something special to behold. So I'll keep my question short. I want to, thinking about your girls and Canadians of that generation, maybe talk a little bit about the importance of balanced budgets here in Canada in terms of securing their future.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for the hard-hitting question, as usual. It's important here that, of course, we balance budgets, and of course we're looking at the opposition over here, who's wants to run one of the largest deficits in the history of our country. And they're not thinking about the future generations when they want to do that, Mr. Speaker. That's one of the things we heard at the door time and time again in Alberta. We're experiencing it on the provincial side. We're now going to experience it on the federal side. I would just ask and beg and plead to the honourable members on the other side to please consider not running a deficit for our kids, for your kids, for our grandkids, for future generations. It's important for them. It's important for all of us in this chamber. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Good afternoon. Mr. Speaker, this is the first time that I'm rising in this honourable House. I would like to take the opportunity to thank all of the residents of Mississauga-Streetsville for electing me to be their voice here in Ottawa. I would also like to thank my family, past and present, for their unwavering support. Over the last 2 years, I was able to speak with thousands of residents, and more importantly, I had the opportunity to listen to their concerns, the concerns that were addressed in the speech from the throne. The riding of Mississauga-Streetsville is home to various areas: Lisgar, Levi Creek, Meadowville, and the quaint areas of Streetsville and Old Meadowville Village. And it is with great pride that I can stand here before you saying that I grew up in Streetsville, and I am now the Member of Parliament. However, this middle-class riding has faced a number of challenges in the past. I've spoken with single parents that find it difficult to provide for their children. Having volunteered at both the Eden and Save-A food banks, I've seen families struggling day to day to make their ends meet. Mr. Speaker, in a country as wealthy as Canada, every child deserves to have the access to the essentials of life. And this is why it gives me great pride to have seen and heard in the speech from the throne that our commitment to the Canada Child Benefit will raise 315,000 children out of poverty. We are also committed to creating more opportunities for young Canadians. One of the biggest concerns that parents have in the riding of Mississauga-Streetsville is that their children will not have the same opportunities that they did. And it is imperative that future generations are educated in order to ensure the continued prosperity of our great nation. Now, in addition to hearing the concerns of our residents, I've also consulted with the Mayor of Mississauga, City Councillors, and our provincial counterparts. In order for the riding to thrive, the municipality requires dedicated and predictable funding in infrastructure, with an emphasis on transit investments. If you live in my riding and work in downtown Toronto, you can barely make it back for dinner. Mr. Speaker, on July 6th in 2013, we all watched in horror the tragic events of Lac-Mégantic's derailment. Residents of Mississauga-Streetsville were shocked to hear that that very train passed through our backyards and our shopping centers. This particular issue was once again brought to the forefront, as a similar train caught fire during the campaign. That train was situated between shopping centers, a child daycare, and the backyards of some residents. Another concern in regards to infrastructure is that of affordable housing. Social and affordable housing currently has a 7 to 10 year wait time in Mississauga. Our riding also has multiple co-op housing units. My colleagues and I visited one of those co-ops and were surprised to learn that they only required a mere $50,000 in government assistance to keep a lot of those people from being kicked out onto the street. This is why our infrastructure investment of $125 billion isn't just an investment in infrastructure, but an investment in Canadian families. Ultimately, we need a federal government that respects municipalities. During this previous election, I was contacted by various groups and individuals of all parties to discuss electoral reform. The issue often being that residents felt their vote could potentially be wasted. Mr. Speaker, when our party announced that 2015 would be the last election under the first-past-the-post voting system, it was an announcement that our government is going to be one that listens to the concerns of citizens, is a government that has progressive views, and a government that is truly about real change. Now, some of my fondest memories of growing up in the riding involve our parks and trails. Our riding has a magnitude of green spaces, conservation lands, bike paths, ponds, and a lake, and of course the Credit River. I often take my cousins along with me to tree planting events, so not only that they can enjoy these spaces, but they can understand how we need to preserve them. This government has committed to preserving the environment and will take on climate change. As mentioned in the speech from the throne, we will make decisions that are informed by scientific evidence. Our government will introduce new environmental assessment processes. But most importantly, our government understands that a clean environment and a strong economy go hand in hand. Mr. Speaker, the government's agenda also reflects that Canada's strength is its diversity. Well, Mr. Speaker, there is no greater testament to this than me standing here before you today. Canada truly is the land of opportunity. My dad moved here from India to give his family a better life. From odd jobs to driving a taxi, saving and eventually growing his own small business, Canada rewarded him for all of his hard work and ambition. My younger brother is an emergency room doctor and saves lives every day. I'm a lawyer and small business owner and have the honor of being a member of Parliament. Only in Canada is that possible. As I just mentioned, Mr. Speaker, I am a lawyer, and I was very fortunate having the opportunity to attend law school in London, England. One of the benefits of studying abroad is easily traveling to neighboring countries. Back then, when people found out that I was a Canadian, they greeted me with warmth and mentioned how Canada is so well known for being a peacekeeping nation. However, that sentiment has been lost for many years now. Our government will contribute to greater peace throughout the world and renew our commitment to United Nations peacekeeping operations. Inevitably, this will restore our reputation on the world stage as those that stand up against intolerance and keep the peace. Here at home, many of my constituents have told me they moved from their country of origin because of how safe Canada is. Naturally, this is ideal to grow a family. Recognizing this, the government will continue to work to keep all Canadians safe. Now, in concluding my address, Mr. Speaker, I would again like to thank all of the constituents for electing me the member of Mississauga-Streetsville. This riding of Mississauga-Streetsville actually mirrors that of Canada. It's full of history, commerce, is ethnically diverse, home to small villages within a large city, and I couldn't be prouder to call it home. And I know that our mandate will serve the people of this riding well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his first speech in this House. Now, I have a question about taxes here. So, on the throne speech, I'm just looking for his comments. The middle income tax cut excludes about 70% of Canadians while eliminating the expanded TFSA. Now, we wait for the other shoe to drop, which means higher taxes to pay for their spending that they're committing to, and the new schemes that we haven't yet to see in this House, which will mean less savings for Canadians. We know that nearly 11 million Canadians took advantage of the TFSA, 60% of which were holders earning less than $60,000 a year. More than half of them were seniors. So when people are empowered financially, they save for the future. We know this from experience. What we don't need is a cradle-to-grave two-nanny state system. Two nannies, I think we all know. We've heard about this in the House. So there was a BMO survey report released in September that found that 56% of respondents had less than $10,000 available in emergency funds. I think the TFSA is an amazing program. Keeping it at $10,000 ensures that Canadians can save for themselves. So why won't his government reverse their decision and restore the TFSA, the best new savings vehicle in a generation?
For Mississauga Streetsville.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. During the campaign trail, I actually heard to the contrary. There weren't many people that I spoke to that had $10,000 lying around at the end of the day to invest in a TFSA. They were putting food on the table, they had bills to pay, utility bills, and Mississauga Streetsville within the GTA is an expensive place to live. And our government understands the needs of Canadians, seeing that they don't have $10,000 lying around at the end of the day, which is why we've introduced a robust mandate which is actually going to help them in growing their families.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your excellent speech. I have to agree with much of what you said. I would like to talk a bit about infrastructure. As the former mayor of Cranbrook in British Columbia, in 2014, the Conservative government announced their Build Canada program. There wasn't $1 that came out of that program to our communities in 2014 or 2015. Part of the challenge in municipalities is the formula asks that the municipalities come up with the first 1/3 of any of these projects. And I wonder if you would support the new government having a formula that is a little more favorable to municipalities in the future.
Member for Mississauga Streetsville.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for their question. Streetsville is home to our former mayor, Hazel McCallion, who's in the Guinness Book of World Records, and openly, for being a very long-standing mayor, has openly said that she never had the cooperation from the federal government that she needed, and our current mayor has those same sentiments. And I will support an open dialogue with municipalities to get a lot of that infrastructure funding to them so they can use it as they see fit.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a great job by our colleague on the opposite side there. Quick question, however. We talk about the tax benefits with respect to children. We talk about the benefits with respect to the middle class that we're going to offer to the House. But speaking of the infrastructure contributions that we're going to make to the different municipalities, as a mayor over the past 14 years, I do recognize also some of the impacts on the property taxpayer as well as the wastewater ratepayer. How is our government going to move forward with the infrastructure contributions to municipalities and therefore adding more savings to the taxpayer, specifically to the property taxpayer and the water sewer ratepayer?
The honourable member for Mississauga Streetsville.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague and member of parliament for his question. One of the things that we see is our location relative to Toronto. If we invest heavily in public infrastructure, public transit, that's naturally going to increase the value of property for areas like Mississauga Streetsville, because now you'll have more accessibility to the downtown core of Toronto. Thank you.
We're going to resuming debate, and we're back on track now with the regular record. Before we go to resuming debate, just a casual observation, actually, for the benefit of all honourable members. It's a bit different speaking in this place when you're trying to use the third-party terminology. Two tips for honourable members when they're in the course of either questions or comments or in the course of their speech. If honourable members find themselves using the word you or your, it's quite a common thing. It comes up in normal language, but in the House we tend to flip it should be to the honourable member or honourable members, as the case may be. And a second way to help with that is when members direct their commentary generally towards the chair. When you're pivoting towards the chair, members don't necessarily have the honourable member to whom they're addressing their comments in their full view, and they're less likely to flip into the use of words you or your. So just a tip for honourable members. I know it's a bit of an adjustment, but members are doing splendidly, I must say. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot. Mr. Speaker, before I begin my speech, I'd like to indicate that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay. This being my first speech in the House of Commons, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank voters in Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte for placing their trust in me on October 19th. It's a huge privilege for me to be given this chance to represent them in the House of Commons. I will continue to work relentlessly to deserve this honor, to be worthy of it, and to give a voice to my constituents. I'd like to thank those who supported me by working alongside me during the election campaign, the volunteers, my friends and family. Without their daily support, I wouldn't be here before you today. I have the good fortune to represent an extraordinary riding, and I would invite you to discover it with 2 regional municipalities, Acton and Des-Mascoutins, made up of 25 towns, with 3 cities, Actonville, Saint-Pie, and of course, Saint-Hyacinthe. This is an innovative area. We won the prize as the Job Creation Capital in 2015. Like many Canadians, I listened to the throne speech. In my riding, agriculture has been a very important economic driver. I listened to the commitments made by the government in the throne speech. Some things were missing and other things were disappointing. In my riding, agriculture is one of the main economic drivers. Saint-Hyacinthe is known as a world-renowned agri-food technology hub because we have teaching institutions, CEGEPs, we have a college, we have the only francophone veterinary school in North America, we have biotech firms. So in my riding, agriculture is the pillar of our economy. On a daily basis, farmers have spoken to me about the risks of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. They're worried, and I'm concerned that the Liberals are apparently ready to go ahead with the Trans-Pacific Partnership negotiated by the Conservatives. This deal will jeopardize our farmers. In my riding, over 250 family farms will be affected by this deal. I heard nothing in the throne speech about the promised public consultations about them happening anytime soon, nor was there anything about compensation to be paid to farmers who suffer the consequences of this deal. I have to tell you, people in my riding are very concerned. In my riding of Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, there are a number of major infrastructure projects that are awaiting federal funding. This government promised Canadians change, rapid change, positive and prompt change in their work methods. They committed, among other things, to invest massively in infrastructure.
In my riding, it's the case of the Casavant Boulevard extension, which needs a railway overpass built. And this is of crucial importance for the economic development of the city because it'll make it possible to connect to the industrial park. Federal funding for this project they've been waiting for it, in fact, for over 10 years. Now, I was a municipal councillor, so I'm very familiar with the issue. The city has invested more than $20 million in a road that was in my district, and that now leads to a dead end because of the railway. In addition, the negotiations between the city and CN are difficult, if not impossible, and the conditions outlined by CN represent all of the costs associated with this project. So the extending Boulevard Casavant is absolutely necessary for the development and growth of Saint-Hyacinthe. So it's essential for the government to take action quickly, constructively on this file in order to make it possible to complete this road infrastructure project. Another project that's currently underway is in Saint-Hyacinthe. It's an important one. In 2012, the business convention travel industry was dealt quite a blow, in fact, and a large hotel complex was closed. This led to several job losses and negatively affected a number of businesses. Today, we're working together To kickstart recovery in this area, the City of Saint-Hyacinthe, with federal and provincial funding, wants to build a new Congress Centre that would be adjacent to a new hotel. This partnership will make it possible to help kickstart travel tourism, business tourism rather, in Saint-Hyacinthe, and will also help because it will consolidate the commercial sector of the city. Finally, Ville de Saint-Pie, which is working on a new community center, will put in place a project for leisure. It will also include a new community center, as I was saying. This is an infrastructure project that will bring together leisure activities at the community sector, the schools, and a municipal library. And this is an excellent example of a community that's coming together in order to optimize available resources with a view to really improving the lives of families. And once again, this is a structural project that deserves the government's attention and shows the urgency of putting in place a financial support system for infrastructure that will be generous and flexible in nature. Those broad projects, just to name a couple, are very important for my riding. I want to see the government commit to adequate funding so that communities can achieve their full potential in terms of economic development based on the priorities that they themselves have selected. For me, it's an honor to be the NDP critic for families, children, and social development, as well as the deputy critic for health. Moreover, I'm very keen to cooperate with my colleagues on these important areas, and I offer them my full cooperation. Therefore, you will easily understand that I listened to the throne speech very carefully and paid specific attention to the areas affecting my critic's responsibilities. I'm happy to hear the government will enhance CPP in Canada after years of no action on the part of the Conservatives. I'm disappointed, however, to see that there isn't anything to fight poverty here in Canada, nor is there anything to reduce inequality in this country. I didn't hear anything about the promised improvements to the GIS that would help lift seniors out of poverty, nor did I hear anything about cuts to OAS. I didn't hear the government take the necessary steps to lower retirement age from 67 to 65. Nor did they say they would cut the poor and detrimental changes made by the Conservatives to employment insurance. However, changing those aspects would help our communities to fight to reduce social inequality. They would also help our seniors. The throne speech said, and I quote, "The government believes that all Canadians should have a real and fair chance to succeed." As I said yesterday in this House, unfortunately, there are still children going to school on an empty stomach and seniors living in poverty. And this is here at home, and this is unacceptable in 2015. I think it's high time to fight poverty, to put in place a national anti-poverty strategy, to ensure that all do have a fair chance to succeed. As Deputy Critic for Health, I would have liked to have seen concrete commitments to cancel the cuts put in place by the Conservative government in health. We need to invest in health care for our seniors, in prescription drug coverage, and the government must take steps to enhance access to family physicians. We hope that the Liberals won't go back on the commitments that they made to Canadians. As the Progressive Opposition, we will continue to urge the Liberal government to keep these promises. We will hold them to account. Canadians must have the assurance that from now on, Parliament will fight for their jobs, their families, and their communities.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member on her speech. As an anti-poverty member of the association and founder in our area, a lot of things ring true with me. I'll ask my question first, and she can think of it while I finish my comment. The question is back to the infrastructure, and that is there's different ways of delivering infrastructure, some of which municipalities or provinces, territories like better than others. And I wonder what her comments on the best way to deliver infrastructure. Just on the poverty, though, I'm really excited about our platform, that we will keep the promises to reduce the age down back to 65. We're going to increase the OAS. We're going to improve the Canada Pension Plan. We're going to build more housing for seniors, huge amounts for home care. And on the other end of the spectrum of the poorest of the poor, we'll be dealing with the homeless with the biggest housing influx of infrastructure in history. And for children, of course, most important of all, probably 9 out of 10 families will be helped by our biggest child benefit in history, which will take 300,000 children out of poverty. So I think we agree on that, but I'd just ask my question on infrastructure delivery.
Député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, well, that's the problem. Those remain promises. Now, all week, people have said, we have good ideas, we are going to do this. Well, then why weren't those issues mentioned in the throne speech? Why weren't those aspects in there? With respect to infrastructure, the municipalities must choose their priorities on their own. Now, in Quebec, we know that the municipalities work as part of federal-provincial agreements, and there are priorities established there as well. But it's important for our government to stop saying, we are going, just wait and see. Don't worry, it's coming. Well, I'm not a patient person for a long time. Instead of hearing all of these promises, I want to know in concrete terms how these issues are going to be dealt with. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened very carefully to the comments made by my colleague, and I congratulate her on her election. Since the start of the week, since I came, in fact, I've heard a lot of commitments that are going to be very costly. Commitments made by the government, and as a result, the deficits won't just be modest in nature. They'll be even higher. And I listened to comments made by my colleague. I'd like to know how much that she wants to add to these deficits that the Liberals already announced through all of these things that she's hoping for. Can the member put a figure on all of these projects that she's mentioned, and how much is she going to be suggesting the Liberals add to their deficit? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. We are here in this House to make choices. Now, clearly, when we establish priorities, we have to set others aside. I think that the priorities that we need to move ahead with on child poverty are of the utmost importance. Canadians decided to elect a Liberal government that announced its willingness to run a deficit. Now, the Liberals made significant promises in terms of infrastructure, and in doing so, they created high expectations across the country. The two RMCs in my riding have invited me to meet with them because they've already got a list of projects, because the government has created high expectations in our communities. We will have to make some very difficult choices, but it's important for us to bear in mind at all times, and my colleague earlier worked in the municipal area. We know how difficult it is to prepare a budget, to make those kinds of choices. Of course, we want to have balanced budgets, but the government did announce that there would be a deficit, but it's important as part of the budget to make choices that will help to fight poverty, that enable municipalities to accomplish the priorities they set for themselves. We are here to make choices. The questions that I asked this week were on areas that I feel should be government priorities.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to to rise here to speak at length for the first time. So I'd like to begin by thanking the voters of South Okanagan West Kootenay for placing their trust in me to speak for them here in this chamber. And I'd like especially to thank the many volunteers who worked hard to elect me as the first MP in the big, beautiful riding of South Okanagan West Kootenay. And I also thank my wife Margaret, who is one of the most hardest working of those volunteers and has always been a pillar of strength for me. And I'd also like to mention the hard work of Alex Adamanenko, the respected and newly retired MP for the old riding of BC Southern Interior. As someone born and raised there, I'm somewhat biased, but I think that my riding, from the vineyards and orchards of the South Okanagan, the ponderosa pines of the Kettle, the big Columbia River rolling through the West Kootenay, and the ice-capped peaks soaring above the Slocan and Arrow Lakes, this has to be the most beautiful riding in the country. And as an ecologist, I love it both its diversity and its uniqueness, since it is home to a host of species found nowhere else in Canada. It is also the unceded territory of the Syilx, Sinixt, and Ktunaxa peoples, and we are all the richer for their traditions, their culture, and their knowledge. Other communities add to that cultural diversity, including the Indo-Canadian and Portuguese communities in the South Okanagan, the Doukhobors of Grand Forks and Castlegar, and the big Italian community centered on Trail. But while it is beautiful, my riding faces serious challenges. From the desert grasslands of the South Okanagan to the forests of the West Kootenay, climate change is bringing longer, hotter summers, shallower snowpacks, and more frequent wildfires. Just this summer, the communities of Oliver, Osoyoos, Grand Forks, and Christina Lake were threatened by a series of fires, and one catastrophic fire destroyed 30 homes in the village of Rock Creek. And I want to take this opportunity to register in this chamber the thanks that my constituents give to the brave men and women who fought those fires and the many volunteers who fed and housed both the firefighters and the residents who had been forced from their homes. So climate change is a clear concern to the residents of my riding, and I hope that the government backs the elegant words about climate change in the throne speech with a clear plan, bold targets, and prompt action. Hotter summers and diminishing rainfall are also forcing local agricultural operations to adapt quickly to remain competitive. And agriculture has always been the heart of the economy in the western half of this riding. I grew up on a small apple orchard, and the region is justly proud for its apricots, peaches, cherries, wine grapes, tomatoes, peppers, melons, apples, and beef. Many local residents are concerned about food security issues, and I was deeply disappointed, therefore, to note that agriculture was not mentioned once in the throne speech. And I sincerely hope that the government will take up the National Food Security Strategy prepared by the NDP in the previous Parliament. South Okanagan West Kootenay is a very important tourist destination with its sparkling lakes, its sandy beaches, hiking and biking trails, rock climbing opportunities, and world-class ski hills. Tourism is a huge part of our economy, not just in my riding, but across this spectacular country. So again, I have to say I was disappointed to see that there was not one mention of it in the throne speech. We need to market our country more skillfully. And I have to give a shout out here to the Thompson Okanagan Tourism Association for their cutting-edge marketing programs. The federal government would do well to invest in programs such as these through a larger contribution to Destination Canada. As is the case across this country, natural resources are a big part of the economy of the South Okanagan West Kootenay. From the huge Teck smelters and Trail, the Selgar mill in Castlegar, and other mining and forestry operations throughout the riding. I was proud to be named the Deputy Critic for Natural Resources for the NDP, and I look forward to working hard on that file that is so critical to Canada's wealth. We must continually improve the sustainability of our resource extraction methods and process our resources here in Canada so that we don't export good-paying jobs. The natural beauty and mild climate of South Okanagan, West Kootenay are attractive to retirees from across Canada. Real estate prices are relatively high, and that factor, combined with the generally low wage rates across the riding, results in a large population of constituents who are struggling to make ends meet. Affordable housing and homelessness are big issues in all of my communities. Seniors also make up a very large part of the South Okanagan West Kootenay population. Many of them have inadequate pensions, and the health issues that go along with an elderly demographic have been straining our healthcare system. Young people also face a difficult future in this riding. Some were drawn to the energy sector jobs in northeastern British Columbia and Alberta, but as that sector contracts, many have returned home, hoping to find similar work. They have listened hopefully to the government promises of infrastructure funding and investments in green technology that could change the face of hundreds of communities across this country. Many others have gone on to post-secondary education. Some go to large universities outside the riding, others go into apprenticeships in the trades, but many attend Okanagan College and Selkirk College, two fine post-secondary institutions in this riding. They're well known for their innovative programs, such as the Sustainable Construction Program at Okanagan College and the Rural Pre-Med Program at Selkirk. To be a successful country in the 21st century, Canada needs to provide its young people with a grade A education. And so I'm also proud that I'm the NDP post-secondary education critic. The speech from the throne briefly mentioned the plight of students facing increasing debt loads, but we must look at the root cause of these debts, the soaring tuition rates caused by a long-term decline in federal funding. Mr. Speaker, in the last election, Canadians voted for change. In that long campaign, the Liberals promised much regarding the environment, a more positive role in foreign affairs, social infrastructure, housing, poverty reduction, pension reform, and health care. And the people of my riding will be watching this government closely to make sure they deliver on those promises. And I, as part of the NDP progressive opposition, will be watching as well over the coming months. We remain optimistic and hopeful, but we will be diligent in holding this government to account. And now, Mr. Speaker, I will simply say Merry Christmas to all, and I hope everyone in this chamber and across the country has a happy and healthy New Year. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for St. John, Rothsay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend my honourable colleague across the chamber for his great speech. Again, another speech of passion and conviction. And, you know, he touched on many things, Mr. Speaker, and certainly touched on, I think, a lot of things that are near and dear to, you know, the hearts of all of us Liberals on this side of the chamber. And, you know, he touched on many things. And, you know, one thing certainly, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberals ran on was, you know, increased infrastructure spending across the country. I don't think there's any secret that over the last 10 years, Mr. Speaker, we were in an infrastructure deficit. Our infrastructure was crumbling across Canada, and the Liberals have pledged, Mr. Speaker, to double that. Another thing, Mr. Speaker, I think that is very important, again, to highlight is the Liberal promise to institute the Canada Child Benefit, Mr. Speaker. That will be better for 9 out of 10 families across our country, Mr. Speaker. It'll bring 315,000 children out of poverty, and it'll be a good thing for a lot of our communities, Mr. Speaker. I come from St. John, Rothsay, a city that, unfortunately, we do lead the country in child poverty, Mr. Speaker, and I think things like the Canada Child Benefit will be very, very good for communities across this great country. I'm also glad to see, Mr. Speaker, that the member across the chamber believes in civility and good relations back and forth, and you know, certainly, hopefully, we continue that across both ends of the chamber. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for South Kootenay, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to touch on the infrastructure question. When I was campaigning throughout the riding, I met with almost all the mayors and councillors. There's 41 communities in my riding, and infrastructure was just at the top of their list at all times. And a couple of comments they had were they wanted the infrastructure funding from the federal government to be easier to access for small communities. So many of the funding programs are aimed at larger communities, and it's very difficult to find partnerships when you're a small community. So that's one thing they talked about. And as far as helping children in poverty, families in need, you know, the NDP ran on a program to provide affordable childcare across this country. And that was something that really resonated on the doorsteps in South Okanagan, West Kootenay. So many people thought that's what could really help them, much more than a lump sum payment. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague on an excellent maiden speech in the House. As a proud NDP critic for national parks, of course, we all know the value of national parks from a tourism and an ecological perspective. Very happy to hear the Liberal government planning to restore $25 million of the cuts from the Conservatives and to invest $25 million a year in ecosystems management. But I would like to hear from the honourable member a little bit about the proposal to create a new national park in the South Okanagan and what that would do for this community.
Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you to the member from Kootenay-Columbia, and I must grudgingly admit that his riding is almost as beautiful as mine. But I thank him for that question because this is, as I said, the South Okanagan West Kootenay is an area that is unique in Canada. It's part of the dry interior British Columbia that is one of the very last eco-regions of Canada that does not have a national park. And there's been an initiative now over 10 years, since I think 2003, to initiate a national park in that area. And I very much would like to see that move forward. Parks Canada has been developing policy over the last decade to move the park idea forward while protecting the livelihoods of ranchers and other stakeholders and involve First Nations, local First Nations in close collaboration with that. And I look forward to meeting with my provincial counterparts in the riding to move that idea forward. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to address this Assembly for the first time to give a speech in debate in the House. And I congratulate you and all members for their successful elections. Mr. Speaker, as someone who has had a successful career in brain research and is a passionate advocate for brain and mental health, I would like to thank the member from Ottawa-Vanier for his courage as he displayed and announced his diagnosis of ALS, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. His fearless announcement put a spotlight on neurodegenerative diseases, and for that, I am personally thankful for him. I wish him all the best that research, hope, and my family's prayers can offer. Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss if I did not thank my predecessors who were present during the 41st Parliament, Miss Pat Perkins and the late Honourable Jim Flaherty, who represented the town of Whitby and the villages of Brooklyn, Ashburn, and Myrtle with extraordinary passion, conviction, and pride. Mr. Speaker, 10 years ago, my husband Vidal and I decided to make Whitby our home. Over the course of the past 10 years, we have benefited from our friendships of our neighbors, access to top quality schools for our 3 children, Desiree, Candace, and Johnny, and a retreat to a tranquil and embracing community. The people of Whitby have placed their trust in me through a piece of paper, a pencil, and a vote. I am forever grateful and humbled by their confidence in my ability to be their voice here in Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, Whitby is a growing town with changing demographics, a strong Chamber of Commerce and business community, wonderful academic institutions both locally and within the Durham region, as well as world-renowned health and recreational facilities like Ontario Shores and the Ability Centre. As such, in this my first address to the Chamber, I would like to highlight a few of Whitby's assets to the national and international community. Mr. Speaker, over 50% of Whitby's population has completed post-secondary education. We have access to the 401 and 407 literally wrapping around our town. And with its great institutions like Durham College, for example, it has direct impact on the economic and social well-being of Whitby, the Durham region, and the province of Ontario. The economic impact of Durham College is greater than $800 million annually, and they have countless partnerships with businesses and other organizations in order to provide meaningful skills and experience to their students. With our government's commitment to invest in public transit, social and green infrastructure, create jobs, and strengthen the middle class, the opportunities are endless for growth in Whitby's economy, because strong local economies lead to a strong national economy. Whitby has been recently named as one of Canada's best places for business, earning the 5th out of 10 spots on Profit Magazine's 2015 list. By leveraging our existing assets, national and international businesses can rest assured that an investment in Whitby is one which will yield mutually beneficial positive returns for years to come. That being said, Mr. Speaker, over 70% of the people in Whitby work outside our town. That's why I'm proud of this government that we have committed to an infrastructure investment and public transit investment that can help create local jobs and keep the people of Whitby living, working, and playing in their own communities. Mr. Speaker, I will also highlight the men and women in uniform of the Whitby Firefighters International Association of Firefighters, Local 2036, the Durham Regional Police, Durham Region Emergency Medical Services, and the men and women in uniform across the country who need continuous and ongoing health support, especially related to PTSD. Daily, they run towards the kinds of situations and circumstances that make us run away. They deserve our unwavering support. I am so happy that our government has pledged to give our men and women in uniform the support they need, and is committed to be a leader in this regard. Further, Mr. Speaker, mental health and addictions in Canada have devastating social and economic impacts. They are complex health issues that affect education, social services, employment, and housing and justice. In order to move forward with treating them and ultimately healing effectively, we must include all of those social systems. I am encouraged by the desire of centres of excellence like Ontario Shores in Whitby to eagerly seek out collaboration in my riding to find new and innovative ways to improve treatment and care for those dealing with complex mental health issues. I want to mention, Mr. Speaker, how proud I am of Miss Beth Maw's grade 11 class at Donald A. Wilson Secondary School in Whitby, who wrote a letter to our Prime Minister asking, among other things, that we think about including courses in school that address the whole student, including their mental health and stress management. These young leaders recognize the importance of mental health, and I wanted to mention them today. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to you about Whitby's senior population. We have heard for many years that we'll be faced with a number of issues related to the ever-increasing senior population. It is time we did something about it. I applaud the speech from the throne's commitment to giving seniors a more secure retirement and supporting the health and well-being of Canadians with the development of a new health accord. I believe that an integrated, multidisciplinary approach to care is vital for our population. Complex and chronic care facilities are needed in order to ease the burden of our acute care hospitals. However, there also is need to leverage the value of home care strategy, which effectively utilizes the services of nurse practitioners in order to not only decrease healthcare costs, but allow our seniors in Whitby and across Canada to stay at home longer. Mr. Speaker, it is my honor and my commitment to let this chamber know that the town of Whitby is not just a great place to be from, it is a great place to be. Again, I wish to thank the residents of Whitby and thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy holidays to all the members, staff, and their families of the Government of Canada. Thank you.
Before we go to questions and comments, I see the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if I may, there have been some discussions among the parties, and I believe you would find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the Standing Committee on Finance may hold organizational meetings on December the 11th, 2015, and that the membership of the said committee be as follows: Wayne Easter, Raj Gurul, Stephen McKinnon, Jennifer O'Connell, Robert Falcon-Ouellette, Francisco Sobera, Lisa Rayet, Ron Lepere, Phil McCollum, and Guy Caron. And during its considerations of proceedings pursuant to Standing Order 83.1, the Standing Committee on Finance, together with any necessary staff, may travel within Canada and may authorize the broadcasting of its proceedings, and that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 83.1, the Standing Committee on Finance be authorized to present its report on the pre-budget consultations no later than February 5th, 2016. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, does he have the unanimous consent of the House to move this motion? There is no unanimous consent.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate the Honourable Member on her first speech in the House of Commons. And I'm particularly curious, as a former first responder myself, the Honourable Member spoke about post-traumatic stress disorder, and it certainly is something that is becoming prevalent, more prevalent, not just in the emergency services, but the military. I know in my riding there's an advocate, a very strong advocate, by the name of Natalie Harris, who is doing a lot of tremendous work in the area of PTSD. So I'm curious, Mr. Speaker, what the government is planning to do, and I ask the Honourable Member what the plan is as it relates to the throne speech.
Good question.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the member for their question. The government has committed to not only raising the profile of PTSD and having a national action plan for the men and women in uniform, but it is my hope that they extend this plan to include all members of men and women in uniform across our country so that mental health issues can be tackled. We know at present there is not a uniform system, especially for those in our communities who are afflicted with mental health issues, and we hope that together with consultating with our communities, we'd be able to have a national plan for all men and women in uniform. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bégotte. I would like to congratulate my colleague on her election and for her speech. I share her concern with health needs, but we know that the provinces, if they want to put in place quality health care, They need money. The first thing to do to improve health care is to cancel the Conservative cuts to health care and work with the provinces to improve health care. Will my colleague put pressure on the government to cancel the $36 billion cuts to the provinces in health care? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, member, thank you for your question. We all know how important and vital healthcare is to the sustainability of our communities and to every single Canadian. As such, the Minister of Health has said earlier this week that they will continue to consult with the provinces to develop a new health accord, one in which takes to effect those affected by various conditions within our community and ensure that there is adequate resources supplied to our healthcare system in order to take care of Canadians properly. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to share with the House that in terms of our veterans' mandate for care of veterans who are suffering from PTSD, we have committed to establishing, staffing and fully funding a centre of excellence for the study of PTSD. And the benefit of this particular centre will accrue to more than just military members. It will accrue to all of our first responders who also might be suffering from this malady.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Minister, for that great statement. I believe that it is very important to have a holistic approach to fighting mental illness. As I said in my speech, students are very concerned about their mental state and it ripples all the way up to our military. And we appreciate the fact that our government is taking this issue of PTSD quite serious and all mental health issues for our men and women in uniform. And we hope that this is even further extended to our young people to ensure that our suicide rates and other issues with mental health are decreased. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And we're resuming debate with the Parliamentary Secretary for Small Business and Tourism. I'll let her know that we're just shy of the 10 minutes that she would normally take for her speech. That doesn't mean that she should have to rush through it at all, but if we're just 30 seconds over, I'm sure members will be gracious enough to go 30 seconds past the 2:30. But I'm taking a bunch of that time right now. So the Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary, for Small Business and Tourism.
Thank you. And I would like to congratulate you on your election and each of every one of the colleagues here on both sides of the aisle for their recent election or re-election to this wonderful, honourable House. Given this is my maiden speech in this historic place, I would like to say what a privilege it is to rise and speak in the heart of our Canadian democracy. I want to thank the many friends and volunteers who are part of my election team. And if it were not for each and every one of them, I would not be here today. They worked tirelessly for me. I also want to thank my family. As so many of my colleagues have noted, it's not possible to do this job without the support of your loved ones. So I want to thank my son David, my 3 sisters, and my 95-year-old mother who watches this every day. They were with me every step of the way and provided the love and encouragement I needed to make it here. However, first, I want to thank the people of the new riding of the Long Range Mountains for placing their trust in me as their first Member of Parliament. The Long Range Mountains is nearly 200 communities scattered all along the western and southwestern part of the beautiful island of Newfoundland. Many of these communities were founded originally as small fishing villages. Their continued sense of community and tradition is a testament to the commitment, the resiliency, and the character of Newfoundlanders throughout our riding. My parents, both native Newfoundlanders, instilled these same ideals of hard work, giving back, and perseverance in me. And I want all my constituents to know I will be a strong, positive voice for them here in this House. Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise in the House today in support of our government's throne speech. The priorities it lays out should make all Canadians as proud as it makes me and our government. Each of these commitments will create a positive impact throughout our great country and especially in my riding. As our Prime Minister has said, there's no relationship more important to Canada than with our Indigenous peoples. The commitment to re-engaging with our Indigenous peoples in a nation-to-nation relationship based on respect, cooperation, and recognition of rights is essential to the Canadian mosaic evolving in the 21st century. As a member for the Long Range Mountains, this is particularly important to me because it will begin anew our dialogue with the Halapu Mi'kmaq First Nations Band. Our government's commitment to transparency and openness is what will hold us to account and give Canadians the faith in government that has been absent for far too long. This is especially relevant in Newfoundland and Labrador, where broken provinces have led to the relationship with federal representatives being at a historic low for far too many years. Nowhere is this felt more clearly than the historic Newfoundland fishery, Mr. Speaker. There is no question that the declines in past years of certain areas of the industry have hurt many, many of my constituents. But when you speak with them, and I have spoken with thousands in the last 14 months, they will tell you what has made the situation even worse was a lack of consultation with local groups and the lack of evidence-based policy. Our government's commitment to open, transparent, and science-based decision-making will mean a new approach to all issues, including fisheries issues. An approach that engages the local communities. It will empower scientists and promote the role of science in the process. And this will allow for a prosperous, stable, and most importantly, a sustainable fishery for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure all of my colleagues heard from their constituents about rising housing prices, increasing costs of living, and stagnant wages. Many Canadians are struggling to get by, and that's no different in my riding. That's why I am so proud of our government's plan to grow and sustain the middle class. Moreover, the pledge to nearly double infrastructure spending over the next 10 years will make a significant difference in ridings across the country, especially the rural ridings like the Long Range Mountains. We have an historic opportunity to make an investment in our future if we act now. And together, working with our municipalities, our provincial and territorial partners, we will make a difference. Agriculture is another pillar of the economy in my riding of Long Range Mountains, as it is in many ridings throughout the country. Investments in our crumbling roads and bridges will allow farmers and our fishermen to get their products to market faster and cheaper. It will also provide the resources for our small businesses to compete in global markets. Just as important is broadband access. Throughout the Long Range Mountains and in many rural communities across Canada, there is limited or no access to high-speed internet. Without this access, it is difficult for small businesses to compete. It limits their ability to reach new markets and conduct day-to-day business. It also limits education in communities and reduces the capabilities of our healthcare system. Remote care is quite common, especially in the rural areas for seniors in my province. These investments, Mr. Speaker, are not just an investment in our economy of today. They are an investment in our economy of tomorrow. If we are willing to seize this unique opportunity, we will empower our children to succeed in the future, and hopefully they too will improve our country for the next generation. This idea of investing in our future was present throughout the throne speech. Our government has proposed an ambitious agenda based on a vision of Canada that we all share. It's a vision of economic growth driven by our middle class, of equal opportunity for all our children. It's looking after our seniors and preserving our environment for our next generation. This agenda doesn't make just moral sense, this makes economic sense. Accounting for 80% of all new jobs created across the country, small and medium-sized businesses are the biggest driver of economic growth in Canada. To continue to grow our economy, we must invest in our small businesses and empower them with the resources they need to succeed in an increasingly competitive global economy. As a small business operator in Newfoundland and Labrador, I understand the challenges our small businesses are facing. Today's economy is built on ideas and innovation, and in order to succeed, it's essential for small businesses to have access to a highly skilled workforce. That's why I was very pleased to see the priority of working with territorial and provincial leaders to make post-secondary education more affordable. Whether it is the skilled trades, college, university, post-secondary education is the key to our youth succeeding in today's economy. In the Long Range Mountains, we're lucky to have 3 top-flight post-secondary institutions: Memorial University's Grenfell campus, College of the North America, and Academy Canada. By working to make post-secondary education more affordable, we can ensure our small businesses can harness the talents to build an economy that will be competitive not just today, but for decades to come. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to touch on Memorial University and the Grenfell campus for a minute. The Grenfell campus is located in Corner Brook, was named after Sir Wilfrid Grenfell, a medical missionary on the rugged coast of Newfoundland and Labrador as well. Memorial University itself was founded in honor of the 1,500 Newfoundlander and Labradorian soldiers who died fighting in the First World War. It was named by their mothers. Their mothers wanted to commemorate their sacrifice, and their memories live on in Memorial University. We will always remember our fallen, and we will always be proud of those who choose to serve, just as we all are of our Canadian forces. Mr. Speaker, I was very pleased. The additional support will mean the reopening to the veterans, will mean reopening of the Veterans Affairs offices throughout the country, one of which is in my riding of Corner Brook. These offices are an important source of care and assistance for the hundreds of thousands of veterans across the country. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned before, the throne speech laid out the theme of investing in our future. Perhaps nowhere is this more important than our relationship with our environment. The pledges in the throne speech to tackle climate change and to focus on the growing economy while protecting our environment are a great step forward for all Canadians. We are lucky to be blessed with a beautiful country and an abundance of resources. By caring for both, we will preserve these treasures for the next generation. In my riding of Long Range Mountains, we enjoy 2 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, Lancel Meadows and Grossmore National Park. Both of these sites and the many other tourism treasures contribute to the growing tourism industry, to our small businesses, and most importantly, to our culture and heritage, which is a tad unique in Newfoundland and Labrador. I'm thrilled our government has placed a priority on protecting our environment. Mr. Speaker, I believe the speech from the throne laid out an ambitious agenda whose vision Canadians share, and I look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, delivering them for the constituents of the Long Range Mountains and for all Canadians. And as I'm the last speaker, I guess, for today, I'd like to take this opportunity to say Merry Christmas, have a safe and happy holiday, and we'll see you in the new year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will have 5 minutes remaining for questions and comments when the House next returns to debate on the question before the House. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development had indicated he's rising on a point of order. I do note that we are past the usual time of adjournment. I'll let him have a brief intervention, but we are out of time. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much for your indulgence, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, there have been discussions amongst all parties, and I believe that you would find unanimous consent for the following motion. That, notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice at the House, the Standing Committee on Finance may hold organizational meetings on December 11, 2015, and that the membership of the said committee be as follows: Wayne Easter, Raj Grewal, Steve McKinnon, Jennifer O'Connell, Robert Falcon-Willett, Francesco Sabera, Lisa Raitt, Ron Leipert, Phil McColman, Guy Caron. And during its considerations of proceedings pursuant to Standing Order 83-1, the Standing Committee on Finance, together with any necessary staff, may travel within Canada and may authorize the broadcasting of its proceedings. And that, notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 83-1, the Standing Committee on Finance be authorized to present its report on the pre-budget consultations no later than February 5, 2016.
Yes. Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House? There is no consent. And now I know that the Honourable Honourable House leaders from both sides have intimated this, but again, to all honourable members, as we adjourn the House and get back to our ridings, on behalf of the Speaker and the Speakership generally, wish all a very wonderful, happy and holiday season and a wonderful new year to come, and may you all have safe travels throughout this holiday season. It being now 2:38, the House stands adjourned until Monday, January 25th, 2016. January 25th, 2016 at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Orders 28-2 and 24-1.